attempting to. I don't know if it's going to work. I tried to connect to the Battle of Britain Dynamic Campaign server about 3 or 4 times now, and it just times out every time. So the plan to do multiplayer is not going to happen, it looks like. I'm not sure what's happened there. I think this is the first time I've actually played CloD on Beepski, and it's certainly the first time I played with this HOTAS setup. I had to rebind everything twice. So maybe, maybe something's fucked up in my settings, but I don't know. Like, there's 13 or 14 people on the server, so it's, like, the server's up, and it's actually populated for once, but I can't get in there. Ping? Maybe. I doubt it. I mean, it's the same server that we were playing on, what, like a year or so ago, and I had no issues getting in it then. I think it's just that CloD's multiplayer is temperamental sometimes. So we'll probably do a couple of quick missions in CloD. The AI is really good at air combat. I mean, you would know, you play it, but for those that don't, AI is really good at air combat, but they're really bad at basic shit like taking off and landing. Repair on Steam, I don't think it's going to help. Like, the game functions fine, it's just multiplayer won't connect to that specific server. And there's no point connecting to any other servers, because they're all empty. But yeah, like, the multiplayer are great in the air, but once you get them near the ground, they get very stupid. There's no way to issue a landing command to them, so you can't tell your wingmen to land. And so they will just follow you in close formation as you're on landing approach, and then stall themselves into the dirt. It's very funny the first time it happens. About the 10th time it happens, it stops being funny. It makes the campaigns kind of almost unplayable. Which is a real shame, because like I said, the AI otherwise is a real strength of the game. Cliffs of Dover has some of the best combat AI I have seen in a flight sim. Original IL-2 had pretty good AI as well. There were mods that made it even better. But Cliffs of Dover is scary good. Like, so there's certain things that they'll do that makes it obvious they're AI. Like, they'll disengage sometimes when they're still in danger, and they'll... Like, I think they have a behavior that tells them, hey, disengage and run home as soon as your fuel warning light comes on, because they do that quite often. But in actual combat, they're really scary. They will cover each other across a circle, they'll dive on you out of the sun. It's not so much like DCS AI, where they have perfect energy retention, although they have pretty good energy retention in Cliffs of Dover as well. It's more just that they are so proficient at actually operating as a team that if you go in singly, you're going to have a really bad day. Hey, Dom. Not much. I've been out of bed for all of an hour trying to get this game to work, but yeah, that's about it. That's been my day so far, trying to unfuck Cliffs of Dover. I slept in a bit today because I got out of work a couple hours late yesterday. We had a really busy day. I'm kind of tired. So, one of the issues with Cliffs of Dover, and this is why I don't stream it very often. I would stream it a lot more if this wasn't the case, but one of the issues with Cliffs of Dover is it operates on several different rendering layers, if that makes sense. So the game menu is one layer, the briefing screen is another layer, and then the actual game 3D window is another layer again. And if you do not open OBS after you open a mission, like you have to be sitting in the cockpit in a mission before OBS will actually hook the right window, otherwise you have to restart OBS. So if it fails to hook the right window, or if it drops its hook on it and goes back to the menu, I have to restart the entire fucking stream. That's why you guys don't see me streaming Cliffs of Dover more often. Like, I would dearly love to, but it is just such a fucking pain in the ass to do. It's not worth the effort most days. So while it's a game that I really do like, and I highly recommend despite some of its flaws and despite its age, it is just such a pain to stream that it's really not worth the time. A lot of the time I do try and stream. Actually had a manage to sneak up on a pair of 109s in a hurricane using the same tactics I would against players. Didn't see me until the wingman burst into flames, and even then there was a 2 or 3 second delay. Quite often I'll ambush them coming sort of behind and below as they're on their way back home across the channel. And sometimes they won't engage. Like, they must be critical fuel when that happens, because sometimes the leader won't engage. So here in a minute, I'm going to switch over to the game scene. And hopefully you guys are going to see a Spitfire cockpit. Because if you guys don't see a Spitfire cockpit, I'm fucked. And we're just going to skip CloD. Because I don't want to have to restart the stream constantly. And I just realized I fucked something up. Hang on. I gotta pause this, otherwise it's gonna run for the entire stream. There we go. No, fuck. Oh, Jesus. Why am I like this? Pro streamer, by the way. There we go. Hello. Fingers crossed this works. I can't see the preview window on OBS because I had to move chat over so it's not hidden behind my stick. Can you guys see a Spitfire cockpit right now? Like, are we looking at a Spitfire cockpit? Yes? Good. Okay, I'm gonna unpause. Oh, look at that. Mindfuls. Yeah, for its age, it doesn't look bad, hey? When did this come out? Like, 2010 or something? Well, there might be actually, because I've got an external joystick binding manager, but I need to see if there's a better way to set up curves in this, because the defaults are kind of... Got a straggler now. Track IR movement in this is kind of unfiltered and very sensitive, so you might see me staring up my own asshole a few times as I readjust to it. Oh, that was a mistake. That was a big mistake. There goes my radiator. Should have a couple minutes of engine operation left, so let's use it and then get the fuck out of here. We're over eastern London and the docks. So there, I think the airbase should be down there. Oh, actually no, it isn't, because there's the fucking Tower of London there. I don't know if the airbase exists yet, actually. Because it would be down there, by the docks. By the Mall. Yeah, no, I haven't flown it yet. I haven't done that much Desert Wing stuff because they're, like, the servers are never really populated anymore, and I don't play this that much. We're out of ammo. There's a hit there, so one hit our leading edge. Oh shit. Not good. Canary Wharf down there. Yeah, so the actual London airport would be behind my tail now if it existed yet. Just trying to figure out where the nearest airbase is. Biggin Hill is down here somewhere. That's why you don't sit right behind a bomber firing at it like that. You make slashing attacks. The AI in this aren't quite as murderously accurate as they are in Great Battles, or as they used to be. Apparently they got fixed finally. But they're still pretty nasty if you sit behind them. You figure out how to turn those tooltips off. They're kind of annoying. Yeah, our engine's not really producing any power anymore. Gonna make an executive decision to take that field over there. We're not going to use the wheels because it's a plowed field. We'll dig in. Oh, I'm not going to make that field. I'll have to settle for this one. We might catch a tree. Oh shit, no, we're going to catch a house. I did not think this through at all. Yeah. Oof. Let's see if we can try that one again and not lose our engine like an idiot. Plane is never in trim at the start of the mission. Never in trim at all. So yeah, I need to figure out a way to adjust the curves in this, because the stick's kind of not very responsive, to be honest. I mean, it kind of wasn't with the Warthog either, but even less so with this. There's like quite a significant delay between my input and the aircraft reacting to it. This doesn't quite feel right. Hey Yuki. We're up to about 2850, which is climb power. We don't need full combat power, we're only fighting bombers here. After this we'll do some fights against 109s, I guess. It has a little more detail in it, doesn't it? There's also something about Great Battle's shaders, I guess. Like the way that the graphics work in Great Battles that makes it look almost kind of stylized or cartoony. It's hard to describe, but you probably know what I mean. Like something about it just doesn't quite look that realistic. Which is fine, I guess, but... Oh, that was a good hit. Oh, fuck me! Jesus. As you can tell, I'm slightly out of practice with this. I think I actually flew into one of my wingmen that was sitting on that guy's tail. Oops. Well, here goes attempt number 3. I have not played this for well, probably a year or two, and it shows. Oh, whoops. That's not what I meant to press. I meant to press restart. I was going to hit the 111 anyway. I waited too long to break off. Restart. There we go. Hey, Captain Anoni! Thanks for the raid, man. Good to see you. Hope you had a good stream. Are you playing some more Workers and Resources? I still need to stream that sometime. That first attack that I did before was really good. If I can just reproduce my success with that. Not today? Ah. DCS? Aha. I haven't flown it for a while. I need to fly it again. I've been a bit burnt out on DCS lately, so I've been taking a break. This is a Mark II, Mark IIA. May as well focus the side of the formation that our wingmen are going for. Mark II. Yeah, if I had a 5, I'd have a bit more firepower than this. A. If it was a 2B, I'd have some 20mm cannons at least. Yeah, they are Brownings though. They're 303 Brownings. He does have a gunner that watches this angle, so I might take some hits here anyway. Yep, there he goes. Guns on the left side are jammed. Interesting. Hey, Boiler. Doing well. It's kind of risky approaching him like this. Notice how I'm getting pushed quite hard right in the yaw, because I've only got the guns on one wing. See ya, Noni. Thanks again for the raid, man. Try to deplete what's left of our ammo from our working guns on this guy over here. Mark 5 make it for Battle Britain? No. It definitely made it for the North African campaign, but it wasn't ready in time for the Battle of Britain. However, it did feature prominently in the offensive operations the RAF began flying in sort of early to mid 1941. The circus flights across the channel. Out of ammo. I don't like what my tachometer's doing. I did take a hit. At least one hit, so who knows. Let's do some quick sightseeing around London while we've still got an engine, shall we? So that's where the future London airport will be. This is Canary Wharf. This is all skyscrapers now. My great aunt lives somewhere behind me. So I think London has a couple of landmarks missing in this sim. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it is missing a couple. So there's Tower Bridge and the Tower of London. Let's get on top of this trim situation. Something I could never find was St. Paul's in this sim. Oh, I tumbled my gyro as well, as you can see. Parliament, there's Nelson's Column, there's Buckingham Palace right on the nose, and Hyde Park below us. Yeah, St. Paul's is missing, I think. Which is weird, unless that's meant to be it, but it's not the right shape. Rididlo, thanks for the follow, welcome to the stream. Like, of all the London landmarks you would miss out, like, probably the most iconic one as far as World War II goes, with the photo of the fires burning in the background. Because it should be, like, right there, from memory. It should be on my left wing somewhere. So unless that building is supposed to be it, in which case I don't know why they used that instead of a custom model for it. It's really odd. Really, really odd. Imagine what would happen to DCS players if their gyros could tumble. They can. They absolutely can. The F5 gyro tumbles hilariously easily. Too easily, it's probably a bug. The MiG-21 gyro will occasionally tumble. All the Warbirds will tumble. The MiG-15 tumbles easily. The Sabre, I think, tumbles pretty easily as well. Yeah, I think that's meant to be a stand-in for St. Paul's, maybe. Because I can't think what other large buildings there are in the area. Weird. How do you untumble it? In this, I'm not actually sure you can. I think you just have to wait for it to sort itself out. In more modern aircraft, you would just cage it, level out, and then uncage it again. That there, with the 4 chimneys, that is supposed to be Battersea Power Station. So it does kind of confuse me, like, they are missing some seriously important London landmarks here. And Battersea Power Station was a frequent target. Actually, hang on, is that meant to be... maybe that's not Battersea. It looks like it's about right for Battersea, and I think it's in the right spot, but it looks more like an aircraft factory, to be honest. I think it is. I think it is. We'll have a look further down the river and see if we spot it, but like Battersea Power Station was a regular target during the bombing of London, so you would think that they would have it fully modelled. Hey, Dark Soul. They added a return to base command, although I don't think it's actually doing anything. Yeah, it doesn't seem to actually do anything. It doesn't override that current behavior. It's annoying. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't had time to check the forums for a couple of weeks. Work is keeping me very, very, very busy. Trying to find Reading so I can step down at White Waltham, but sure I will. How long do you reckon till Ukraine's added to DCS as a map? I don't think they will. They won't even give us Crimea, dude. I want Crimea because there's a major radar station that was there during the Cold War, but they won't give us that. So, when they're going to do the whole global map, if/when, whatever, that will probably be when it gets added, but I don't think it'll be added before that. This is meant to be Reading, maybe. Not enough water. That might be it there. I mean, Syria is still a hotspot and they fucking added it. Well, ED didn't, but... I'm hearing a sound I don't like. Oh, it's the music. I forgot I had music playing. I think not adding the southern part of Israel was more to do with they just ran out of shit they could add without tanking performance. Like, they literally cut it off right above Tel Aviv, which the only reason I could imagine doing that is for performance reasons. I don't think it's anything to do with how spicy an area is. Not for that map, at least. I mean, fuck. Southern Israel isn't even the spicy area, really. The Sinai's pretty quiet these days. It's fucking, it's the area they have, which is spicy, around the Lebanese border, and the fucking Golan Heights. That's the spicy shit. Okay, I kind of do want to find an airfield. Like we've possibly... I can't tell if that's just draw distance or if that's actually the edge of the map. It only goes so far west. Squad has had... I don't know about Donbass specifically, but Squad has had sort of Ukraine-themed maps basically since it came out. I mean, at the time they did that, they were right. It was a very accurate prediction. Hey, Indiana. No, this is not MSFS. This is IL-2 plus the Dover. Yeah, it's very annoying to stream because it doesn't play nice with OBS, so I rarely have it on stream, which is a shame because it's a nice sim, but not really ideal. This is combat. Absolutely combat. Well, the controller's telling those guys to land. I don't think those are the two with me, that's the other flight. My flight are going to stick with me come hell or high water, so they're probably going to kill themselves as I try and land here. There we go. Oh, that's Reading there, I think. Yeah, that should be Reading, so that's White Waltham. This will be Reading. See if we can find my house. My old house. So Caversham will be on our near side. Not the one I live in now. This is where I used to live when I was a kid. We flew over it in MSFS just the other day. I could be wrong. We could be somewhere else entirely. I just recognize the big patches of water and then the river. But yeah, that looks about right. So that would be... That should be closer though. Yeah, maybe I am lost. Because Reading should be bigger than that. I'm pretty sure, even at this point in time. And then Caversham should be closer to the river. Unless this is Reading, and it's a little further to the south than I thought. But no, because the river goes straight through the center of it. I don't know, dudes. I'm lost. I'm lost. We'll go back to that airfield. It's Saturday for me. Saturday morning. My Friday was very long and drawn out, because we were a bit short-handed, so I had to stay back 2 hours. So it was the first actually, like, not hard, but the first full-on day of work that I've had at the new job. Every other day so far has been pretty cruisy. What do you do for work? I'm a housekeeper at a motel at the moment. I just started 2 weeks ago. It's been alright so far. I mean, it's not the most exciting or high-paying job in the world, but it pays the bills. I clean up rooms, make beds, that sort of thing. So once the guests fuck off home, I unfuck the rooms. Or if they're staying, I just, you know, straighten the beds out, tidy things up a bit. Like I said, it's not difficult work. It can get a little full on though if we're busy. Hey, Lumber. Whoops-a-daisy. It's enough to make you weep. Oh, too much brake. Too much brake. I forgot, this is now an axis, not a button, so I can actually pull it halfway instead of just reefing on it like I did there. Oh well, we'll run a different mission. Found any sketchy stuff yet? Not really. I found a few rooms that reek of smoke, but just cigarette smoke, so nothing exciting. A couple of my co-workers have found interesting things over the years, but I haven't yet. Let's do this one. Let's see, back in the Mirage, I just haven't really had anywhere I felt like flying it lately. Like, I really don't enjoy flying on fucking Growling Sidewinder or anything like that. Blue Flag 80s is hit and miss for me. Like, I really like the Mirage, I just don't enjoy flying at a serious disadvantage against modern shit. About. Can't tell where they... Oh, okay, no. I know exactly where they are. There's one sitting right behind me. Hello. Ah! Remember what I said about tracker being super sensitive in this game? Takes some getting used to. Especially with how much I move my head around normally. Miss. Swing and a miss. Is that my guy there? I can't even tell. Mine was a bit closer to me, wasn't it? The AI are pretty good at defensive flying. And Wingman's gonna hit me if he keeps that shit up. Definitely need to do something about these stick curves. It's really sluggish. Not very responsive at all. Makes it hard to fucking hit these guys. This is AI, by the way. I wanted to do multiplayer today, but I couldn't get into any servers. It wasn't working, so this is all AI. Yeah, me too. Much better at it than me. I have like 0 defensive flying skills anymore. Probably my weakest area. This guy's dragging me, but thankfully we appear to be alone. Fuck. Too much lead. Not enough lead. I saw one spark off his wing there at least. Couple hits. Couple hits. I'm gonna dial the revs back a bit just so I don't blow the engine up. Fuck it, we're going 3,000 revs. I don't give a shit. Yeah, I have a lot of trouble with it too. Or I'll try and fly guns defense, but I'll do it too late. Especially against F5s. Okay, I'm still clear. You slippery little shit. Notice how he's tucking his nose under when he rolls as well. Shit, so I lose sight of him. You motherfucker. Told you the AI is scary. I got no elevator cables. No elevator cables. See how our wingmen are doing. That's my plane, by the way. Look at this. Look at this. You can see where he hit me. You can see the individual holes where he hit me. There are 2 flight sims I know of that do this. Kind of 3. One is IL-2 Cloud, one is Combat Flight Simulator 3, Microsoft Combat Flight Simulator 3, and CFS 3 was like early 2000s. This is about 2010-ish. This was in development hell for like 5+ years though. The other one, which kind of, is IL-2 Great Battles, but only on 2 or 3 aircraft. No, War Thunder doesn't do it, unless they've added that very recently. I know it does it for tanks, but it at least not when I played, it never did it for aircraft. It just used cheese grater textures like every other sim does. It hides the fact that cheese grater textures better, but they are. Yeah, they added that recently with partial penetrations, I think. Got a Hurricane here. See if we can find someone who's actually in a dogfight. What's this guy up to? Oh, he's got some hits on him. I'm not sure what happened to my sound. This guy's toast, I think. I'm not sure what happened to my sound at all there. Oh, there we go. No, that's time acceleration. I accidentally bumped the time acceleration, that's what happened. I don't think any of the bombers got hit. They all just went straight for the 109s. Yeah, there is a limit, Super. That was a kill. Did you get that guy's pilot? I think he probably did. Let's try reflying the mission. I have no idea, Indiana. To be honest with you, I lost track of the situation weeks ago when I got the new job, and I have not been able to follow it since. I'm gonna have to do a hurried catch-up soon though, because I gotta still write about it. But yeah, I don't know what's going on. Last I checked, they'd refocused on the east, and pretty much gone completely from around the Dnieper. There's the bombers. 109s will already be amongst us. Oh, yes. little bit of down elevator they give it when they roll makes them really hard to hit. That's for me. Hello. Oh, that was a pilot snipe. That was a pilot snipe. They stitched my wing up pretty good too. The 20mm cannons on the 109s are pretty brutal if they actually hit you. So this guy's in a fight with someone. Got part of his aileron shot away. Well, the thing is, in the north as well, if they had crossed the border, they would have started shit properly with Belarus, so it's probably partly out of consideration for that. I mean, obviously Belarus has been helping the Russians, so... but at the same time, you kind of don't want to officially get another country involved. Man, we're not having a good day against these Messerschmitts. That's Dover down there, by the way. Alright, let's try again. Finland, Sweden joining NATO, yep. Which is gonna, to a degree, escalate the situation, but at this point, what else are they gonna do? They kind of don't have much choice. Which is probably part of the fucking reasoning behind Russia doing what it's doing, is to force everyone to either side with them or side with NATO, so then they can say, oh, look at us, we're the victim, again. Like, that argument had some merit 5 years ago, well, more than 5 years ago now, before 2014, before they started fucking with Ukraine actively. That argument had merit back then, it definitely had merit in the fucking 1990s, but now? Not really. You kinda made him do it, my dude. Well, they also say, and I've heard some Germans back this up, although it's all anecdotal and of course nobody has written records of it, that they were promised NATO would not expand eastwards of the inner German border when they had talks in the late 80s, early 90s, and, you know, the first thing that happened was NATO started expanding east. So, for the Russians, that is viewed very much as an existential threat, and previously, before they started, you know, fucking up other countries' sovereignty, that would be a fair point, like, NATO expanding towards them is scary, I get that, but doesn't really give them the right to go and act out like they have. It's like, it's a two-way street, and I've always kind of said, like, the way that NATO has always basically tried to roll up to their borders, even after the Soviet Union collapsed, was not going to go well, and it hasn't. But at the same time, Russia can't just sit there and every time NATO does something say, oh, they made us do it. But, you know, actually understanding each other's behavior and motivations and trying to cooperate is fucking hard. It's easier to just blame the other guy and do whatever the fuck you want. Which is what both do, of course. And as far as Russia's concerned, they are eternally the victim. As far as we're concerned, we're eternally the good guys, so nobody has any interest in trying to fix the situation at all. Because we can do no wrong, and Russia is, you know, in their mind, always under existential threat. Watch out for this guy's buddy. Fuck, right as I go to shoot, he rolls. Ooh! Didn't want that bit anyway. Now I've got a shit ray to roll. Oh, I'm dead. I am so dead. And there's a second one. Fuck. Yep. Yep. It is time to leave via the express route. Outskilled, yeah, by AI. By AI. And it's not even like they use cheaty flight models. I mean, some of their control inputs are a little, but it's not like DCS where, you know, they don't cheat in DCS, they just have perfect energy management. But in this, it's just that they actually outfly you. Now, as I said, as soon as they get near the ground, their brain just leaks out of their ear holes and they start stalling and crashing into it because they don't know how to land. But in the air, they are terrifying, and at times, it's impossible to tell them apart. Like, if you're on a mixed PvE, PvP server, it's impossible to tell if you're engaging a player or an AI, because they will both react exactly the same. You can tell it's AI only when it's a two-ship formation, and they have, like, perfect defensive coverage of each other. If they have perfect mutual support, you know it's AI, because players don't cooperate as well as the AI does. I mean, I'm sure they do cheat to an extent, but for the most part, I'm just being outflown. Is that my own wingman, or is that... that is my own wingman, I think. It's 109. Where'd he go? I just completely lost everyone in that fight. I mean, the idea of them possibly winning at this point is fucking comical given their performance so far. That looks like a spit. Yeah, that's a spit. That'll be my wingman. On the other hand, what's that? That is a 109. Hopefully my buddy back there is actually covering me. Please, just go into a nice stable turn. We'll do that. Oh no, now he's gonna start rolling and shit. Fuck my life. 2 of them! Where's my wingman? And my engine's already fucked. We're also too low to bail out in an aircraft with a notoriously bad ditching capability. She belly lands okay, but on water she tends to cartwheel. I need to fly this more. This will be good practice for fucking actually checking my 6 and defensive flying. As well as hitting people who are doing defensive flying. Because you never see, well, you rarely see shit like that from DCS players. Could be a Typhoon landing on water's forbidden. I wonder why. Great big fucking chin intake under it. Let's restart this. We'll try this one more time, and then to get my revenge, I'll grab a bow fighter and we'll shoot some bombers. Because this is pain. Oh yeah, like Ukraine is absolutely like getting the good side of the information war. There's a lot of shit going on there that won't be getting said. But for what they've got to work with, they're doing pretty well. A lot better than pretty much anyone expected, I think. Although that does kind of also bring up the memes of every time the Soviets successfully, you know, stomped an uprising somewhere, it was the forces that were involved in it were usually based in Ukraine. Which is why they still use the old Soviet invasion stripes from shit like, when they went into Prague, or into Hungary, the fucking white cross on top of the tanks and the double white bands on the tail of the aircraft. Well, red in the case of 68, but the Russians have had to design new invasion markings because the Ukrainians are using theirs. 109. I don't like the looks of you. Yep, yellow nose. And now I've shifted my focus to him. The original guy I was on will be turning back around and coming for me. Like, the way these guys operate in pairs and just tag team you is fucking scary. Right as you get into position to get a shot on one, the second one swoops you. Yeah, they just totally coincidentally happen to know where to find them, right? Totally coincidentally. Okay, that woke him up. Countries are only dependent on Russian gas because they're fucking idiots who canned nuclear power programs under pressure from fucking lobby groups. If the Germans weren't so stupid, they wouldn't have a fucking energy problem. But no, let's reclassify fucking fossil fuel gas as renewable so we can keep using it and can our nuclear power program. What fucking morons, honestly. And of course, who funded that campaign? Gazprom. Because of course they did. Like, you have got to be so many layers of fucking brain dead to do that shit, and yet they did it. They fucking did it. Or, you know, the EU giving Lithuania the precondition that to join the EU they had to decommission Ignalina. So Ignalina is now closed down, and Lithuania imports most of its power from Poland, and Poland generates power with fucking coal. Amazing. Fucking 10 out of 10. Every fucking energy crisis on Earth can be answered with nuclear power. But no, we can't do that because Chernobyl, Three Mile Island, Fukushima. Fucking morons. They're starting... It's too late. It's too late. They should have started building it fucking 10 years ago. That shit takes time. Like, you can't just wait until Russia's holding the gas tap and pulling faces at you to say, oh shit, we better start building a nuclear power program again. Like, really? Fucking idiots. Instead of what the EU should have done, at least for Lithuania, well, Germany's a whole other fucking matter, but at least for Lithuania, what the EU should have done was said, we will help you build a new safe power plant, and once that is done, you decommission Ignalina. I think that's a spit. This guy's gonna get me to blow my engine sitting above me like that. I know, which makes it, like, it makes it all the more fucking amazing that they fell for it again. Like, that is just what Russia does. They use fucking energy resources to put pressure on people. Like, anyone who didn't see that development coming a mile off, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with them. Lead to Russian nuclear plant development? Well, it didn't need to. It really didn't fucking need to. But with that said, even unsafe or inherently dangerous power plants like RBMKs are fine if you treat them properly. Like, again, Ignalina is an RBMK. It's had a number of incidents over its lifetime, but you know what? If you treat it properly, it's not a problem. Would have been more constructive to help them operate that plant safely into the future than to close it down because it's a big scary RBMK 1500. I mean, because it is an RBMK, there's some proliferation issues in there too. They were designed to breed material for nuclear weapons, that's why it hasn't got a proper containment structure. So you can refuel it on the go without shutting down. But, all the same, they really should have kept it open. Yeah, Russia's been doing it since the fucking 90s. Like, it's so obvious that they're going to do it. Anytime they get upset at you, they're going to turn off the gas taps, or threaten to turn off the gas taps. So why, in fucking God's name, would you voluntarily continue to rely on Russian gas? Like, this is so fucking stupid. Russia doesn't want Ukraine pumping their own oil. Amongst other things, yeah. Ukraine's also a major production center for a lot of the gases used in chipset manufacturing. So, remember all the fun supply issues we had with fucking circuit boards during COVID? That's gonna get a lot worse. I just cannot close the distance on this guy. Running my engine fucking ragged. Where did that one go? Oh shit! Didn't want those ailerons anyway. Let's get the fuck out of here. I got no aileron cables. Okay, that's Dover there, so Hawkinge should be off my left wing. If I can survive long enough to get there. Looks like he's going to try finish me off though. So we're going to have to try land this with rudder alone, which is going to be interesting. At least we still got an engine, although probably not for long with how hard I was thrashing it. Ukraine could be energy independent itself if not for corruption around Russian gas pipes. Ukraine could be a lot of things if not for corruption, unfortunately. Like, that has been its overriding problem since independence, has been corruption. Which was partly fueled by Russian meddling, but also partly just a thing that happens there, unfortunately. Like much of that part of the world. I mean, Russia itself also has tremendous fucking corruption issues. I mean, the fact this is happening is due in large part to corruption issues. Though, you know, those put certain people in power. Yeah, exactly. You know, I say it every time this comes up, but the time to do something about this, the time to stop this, to fix this, was 30 or 40 years ago, and people just fucking sat on their hands. It's not like they didn't see it coming. They fucking saw it coming. Nixon called it in the 90s that this would happen. Not the invasion of Ukraine, but that Russia would become like an ultra-nationalist fucking authoritarian state, worse than what the Soviet Union was. And that's exactly what came to pass, and now everyone else has to fucking live with the headache. Wonder what will happen if Trump runs our country again? He'll sabotage it from the inside, exactly like he did last time, and make life much easier for his Russian buddies. Just like if Clive Palmer somehow came to power here, he would sell us out to the Chinese, despite the fact he runs on a platform of China scary. There is nobody in this country's political system with stronger ties to the Chinese Communist Party than fucking Clive Palmer. Nobody. Solzhenitsyn, I don't know. I, to be honest, haven't really read any of what he said. It kind of isn't a big revelation if you know, various aspects of how the country worked. He did say a lot of stuff, some of it more truthful than others. Unfortunately, and this doesn't just apply to the Soviet Union, this applies to a lot of countries historically. When there's a country that polarizes people politically or ideologically, it's really hard to get good factual information out of it, because you either have people who are completely sympathetic or people who are completely antagonistic. There is very rarely a middle ground. And so you'll never actually find out what it was like to be there, because you never have well, you're never going to have an unbiased view anyway, but you have, like, really heavily biased views for or against. After the war, if Ukraine survives and people still have the will to rebuild instead of searching for easy life in Europe and North America, Ukraine will become a powerhouse. It should. By logic, it should. But I have a feeling, a sinking feeling, that a lot of the money and aid that has gone into Ukraine in the past 5-10 years is going to just disappear to corruption. You know, I mean, how much money did we pour into Afghanistan and Iraq, and look at the state they're in? I hope it doesn't end up like that, but I have a feeling it will. Oh, brother-in-law told me this. Sorry, I'm trying to fly a plane with no ailerons. It makes it kind of hard to keep up. 2008, after the Orange Revolution, everyone kind of stopped for a second and thought, is this it? No bribes, no skimming anymore? But then in a month or two, everything went back to normal. After 2014, the effect is 100 times bigger. People started being much more conscious, more proud of the bigger impact of their work and contributions, even though still bribing and skimming. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I'm a bit of a pessimist, so I'll believe it when I see it. There's the airport, or airfield. I don't know how the fuck I'm going to land this. The big hole in the wing is not helping our situation any. The other thing, speaking of things being lost and corruption, the other thing that really worries me was the decision to give out weapons to the general public. First of all, because they don't know what they're doing with them. Second of all, it opens them up as legitimate targets to the Russians. And third of all, and perhaps most importantly over the long term, Ukraine already had a serious organized crime problem. A lot of those weapons are going to fucking disappear as soon as this is done, and I don't know what they're going to be able to do about it. Ukraine is built on industries that have the potential to employ a huge amount of industrial workers. Ukraine's was an industrial powerhouse. The problem is corruption and just general mismanagement. But Ukraine has always had a shit ton of industry. The Soviets built the fuck out of that place. Like, the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic was one of the major high-tech centers of the Soviet Union. Which is partly why Russia lost a lot of its capability to build integrated circuits when the USSR collapsed, because it was all in Ukraine. A lot of their radar manufacturing, air-to-air missile manufacturing, rocketry components, all Ukraine. Was moved? Oh, my beloved. No, I heard that, was it the tractor plant? Tractor plant was moved, or they set up operations elsewhere, so they're still running. Don't know about the tank factory. We're going to land a bit fast, because, you know, I need to keep enough airflow over the rudder. Oh, I don't like how close those trees are getting. Oops-a-daisy! Oh, no wing drop, please. Just gentle brakes, gentle brakes, gentle brakes, gentle brakes, gentle brakes. Gentle brakes. Gentle brakes. Australia sending... Do we send bushies? Sick. Bushmasters are fucking excellent. Can't actually click the slow running cutout on this, which is interesting. And I don't remember what the bind is for it. Interestingly enough, my mixture axis also isn't working. That mixture isn't working in general. So we'll just kill the mags. Oh my. Oh my. I don't remember if you can open the side hatch in CloD. So let's survey the carnage. That was a pretty big hit to the left wing. That would have knocked that gun out. Probably the center too as well with shrapnel. I had no ailerons because my... So I got elevator still, I got rudder still, but I got no ailerons at all. Also, why is she sitting low to one side on the ground? Might just be a pothole. Yeah, it's probably a pothole. So that was pretty intense. Let's do one more and then we'll swap over to MSFS, I think. Let me catch up on chat a bit as well. Not a good day for us. What do we got? We'll do this one again, but we'll take Bowfighter. What's the acceptable kind of Imperial lost causes? By acceptable, I mean he wasn't an imbecile. Yeah, well, there were a lot of people that were like that were viewed as not imbeciles, and to, you know, these days they are. The Imperial lost causes in general, nothing good comes out of them. Nothing good at all. One of them was Putin's ideological daddy, Ivan Ilyin, who was the prototypical Russian fascist. Like, Rashism was pretty much his idea. Talking about a country that had as a council at top level Dugan, yes, and Dugan isn't even really the worst they have. I don't even know what to do at this point. Russia needs... I'm going to use American terminology, but I don't mean the way Americans do it, because we know the way Americans do it generally results in either genocide or a 20-year-long civil war. But it needs regime change, but it needs to come from within, not from without. If it comes from without, it's just going to repeat itself. Something pretty fucking drastic needs to be done about the way that country is run and who runs it. Because this shit isn't working. I mean, if you look at the Russian political system, even if United Russia were to be Thanos snapped away overnight, something worse would step into their place. Like... I don't know, dude. I don't know. That would mean a civil war. It's gonna happen anyway. Like, I don't know what other way that they could do it. You can't have a peaceful... If Navalny was in... if Navalny was president, it would be worse. Navalny is the West's darling because he stands up to Daddy Putin. Navalny is probably just as bad, if not worse. If you look at Navalny's political history before he started his little anti-corruption crusade, he was in with the ultra-nationalists. He palled around with the same kind of people that are going around with Zeds painted on their cars today. That was who his social and political circle was. If you want Navalny in power, get ready for that shit. Get ready for what Putin does, but more competently. Yeah, Nemtsov if he wasn't dead. The other thing as well is, this is just my own personal take, right? Feel free to counteract me with actual examples, but it could be confirmation bias, it probably is. But I have noticed a certain pattern in politics where the guy that screeches the loudest about ending corruption, as soon as he gets into power, becomes the most corrupt motherfucker on the planet. Xi, anti-corruption crusader, now look at him. Brezhnev, anti-corruption crusader, look where that ended up. Every single goddamn time the guy... Fucking Trump, Jesus Christ. Every time somebody says they're about ending corruption, as soon as they get into power, the corruption goes up by a fucking factor of 10. Like, it's unbelievable. Speaking of Dugin, did you know the main propagandist in Ukraine, Arestovich? Oh, they were buddies, were they? Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting. That would explain why Arestovich knows exactly what's going to happen. Because he would fucking know from Dugin. I found it really interesting watching the interviews they did with Arestovich. Like, I think it was in 2014, 2015, something like that. And he said 2020 to 2022 is the most dangerous period. There will be a major war with Russia, and it's either that or we get annexed in 10 years, and that's exactly what happened. Like, he's been so accurate with his predictions. And as I like to point out to people as well, the Russian narrative is that they're going in to protect native Russian speakers. Well, Zelensky, native Russian speaker. Arestovich, native Russian speaker. Both of them. I mean, they speak Ukrainian during press conferences and interviews, but they are native Russian speakers. Russian is their first language. Arestovich was born in, I think, Kazakhstan or something, one of the Central Asian republics. And Zelensky is from Ukraine, but he speaks Russian natively. Like, it's interesting as well. You watch interviews with Zelensky, and like, this is going back towards the start of the conflict. He was saying that he hopes that something can be done now because he doesn't think the next generation of Ukrainian leaders will be as understanding towards the pro-Russian part of the population, or the Russian-speaking part of the population. And he's fucking right, because he is he's part of the last generation that grew up and has, like, actual memory of growing up in the Soviet Union when everyone kind of got along, comparatively well. But the kids that are going to be following him into power, they were brought up on Ukrainian nationalism. They were brought up on this uncompromising position of fuck Russian speakers, fuck Russia, Ukraine over everything, which is just going to be polarized even more by what's going on now. So yeah, like, I'm a big fucking pessimist, which means I'm right more often than not, unfortunately. My one big L recently was that I thought this wasn't going to happen, and that was the one time I decided not to be a pessimist. But it does kind of worry me that as time goes on, if this isn't settled, the way it gets settled is going to get a lot worse. Both directions, not just one direction. Russia to cut electricity to Finland. Yeah, they're going to try and fucking... That's the only thing they can do, right? It's the only thing Russia can do these days. Their army has been shown to not actually be anywhere near as good as anyone thought. Like, don't get me wrong here. People are going to look at this, and people already are. Admit none, thanks for the follow, by the way. People are already looking at this saying, oh, why did the whole Cold War happen? We should have just rolled in like Patton wanted to. No, do not conflate Russia with the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, for all its faults and its own corruption and issues, you do not want to fuck with them. But Russia is so laced with corruption, its ideology is so full of just insane imperialist / Hyperborean hopium. Like, modern Russia's not really comparable in most respects. It tries to foster the image that it's the legitimate successor of the Soviet Union and, it'd be just like World War II if you attack them. But no, that's not the case, clearly. But yeah, like, it's been proven they can't do shit militarily, so what have they got to fall back on? Threatening to cut off resources and electricity, and then threatening to use their nuclear arsenal. Those are the only two things they have left. And the issue with the strategic rocket forces is, and this predates Russia actually becoming a pain in the arse again. The issue with the strategic rocket forces is that is their guarantor of sovereignty. They see that as the thing that protects them from being deleted. And so, yeah, they're going to run to the cover of the strategic rocket forces anytime they either feel they're under threat, or, more accurately, for the current situation, they're not under threat, but they realize they don't have any other bargaining chips, and nobody's going to take them seriously. Honestly thought Russia would just settle with frozen conflict in Ukraine out of the EU and NATO. Backed this idea ever since 2014. They're apparently very desperate. Yeah, that was what I thought. That was what I figured. I figured, first of all, they wouldn't act out militarily against them any more than they already had. And second of all, if they did, they would focus on just trying to create a land bridge down to Crimea, and they wouldn't go for maximalist goals against Ukraine. Even as the first Iskanders were landing, I thought, it makes sense. They're trying to cripple the Ukrainian military so they can roll in and do whatever they want, and then they'll negotiate something. But holy what the fuck. Like, but I should have seen it coming. And this is a fault of mine, is I'm interested in Soviet history. So I've read up a bunch of shit on Soviet history. I don't really know that much about modern Russia. You know, I know more than most people because I actually can name more than 2 Russian politicians. By the way, big F for my man Zhirek, who apparently managed to have a Jesus moment before really dying, which fits him unbelievably well. But, yeah, like, I don't actually know as much about modern Russia as I probably should. If I had spent more time reading about the modern Russian political situation, I probably would have seen this coming, because I would have realized I should go and read fucking Dugin's insane manifesto, which lays out exactly what they've been doing since the 2000s. Exactly what they've been doing since the 2000s. At that point, it becomes obvious. But that's the thing, like, there are certain people in the West who have been saying since the 2000s, oh no, hey, you should read Dugin. But the majority haven't. They haven't even brought it up. It's like they've acted like Russia is a corrupt and authoritarian, but still kind of sort of sham liberal democracy, and we can kind of sort of expect them to behave in a respectable way. Like, I don't know, is it just hopium or something? It's weird. It's weird that there were people that knew about it, but nothing was done. I mean, again, going back to fucking Nixon in the 1990s, he knew about it and nothing was done. Like, just nobody fucking did anything. Kind of made me realize that the way the world works is people will just half-ass and malinger and ignore a problem until they can't ignore it any longer. I've realized that's how the world works now. I've realized that's how economics works, that's how politics works, that's how fucking interpersonal relationships work more often than not. People will just ignore the fucking problem, hoping it will go away, or pretending it doesn't exist until it blows up in their faces, and then they say, oh, who could have seen this coming? Well, you did, and you chose to do nothing about it. Really hold Dugin in such so high in regard? I mean, I think he's a fucking lunatic. Yeah, he's a joker, but the thing is, he's also indicative of the Russian sort of ideological situation. Even if there are guys that are actually more of a drive behind it than he is. For instance, my man Surkov, who recently got arrested, which is very interesting. He is the guy that kept Putin in power for so long. He got arrested. That's something spicy's going on there. Surkov is probably a bigger player than most people realize. In fact, your average Westerner probably doesn't even know who he is. No, Surkov was like the main strategist. He's one of Putin's one of Putin's advisors. He was like the main strategist for United Russia. He was the one that came up with the idea of funding everyone so that you can't tell who is or isn't controlled opposition. Some real fucking five-head shit. No, Surkov was a politician, not Air Force. He's like, that's the thing as well though, he's fairly obscure outside Russia. Even in Russia he's kind of obscure. Like you see him in a lot of clips, he's always hovering near Putin, but he's rarely the center of attention. He's an interesting character. But yeah, like Dugin, even if you consider him to be a joker, and even if he isn't as influential as people think, the fact that he laid out exactly what Russia has been doing for 20 years in Foundations of Geopolitics, combined with the fact that his ideological position kind of lines up with the mainstream, that tells you enough. Even if he's this kind of completely, out of left of field, or out of right of field, I should say, circus clown, he's still a good barometer of what's going on, you know what I mean? Russia officially backed an academic that pushed the out of Russia theory, which is exactly... Yeah, it's interesting. It's like... And it's not just Russia either. I'm gonna be real. Poland's getting like this. The Balkans have been like this since forever. But there's something with the Slavic world and being behind everyone else, but going through the same motions. Remember how all the the Europeans, particularly the Brits back in the 1800s, thought that the entire world came out of... Well, the thing is, Yuki, average Russians, yeah, they probably think it's a load of garbage, but the Russian political apparatus clearly thinks highly of it because they're acting on it. That's the thing. Like, there is such a massive disconnect between normal Russians and what the Russian government does and thinks that they're kind of not compatible. Like, you can effectively treat the Russian population as a non-factor in Russian politics because they are a non-factor. The votes will all be rigged. They'll be cowed into silence with, threat of arrest or imprisonment or whatever else. So you can just safely ignore them. Public opinion has no bearing on anything, and half the polls are fucking shams anyway. All that matters is what actually happens in the halls of power. Turks seem to like the Eurasian idea. Yeah, like that whole area of the world is very hung up on that idea. But yeah, like, the whole Slavic world seems to have this thing where it is going through the same phase the Brits did back in the 1800s, where they thought that they were the center of the world and everything came out of them. Or back in, during the fucking Bush War, where one of the funny things to come out of that was the Rhodesian government pushed the narrative that, I forget the name of it, it's some ancient ruin in in what was Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe. It's like this ancient walled city, and it was a pretty advanced civilization for the time it dates back to. It was like fucking something thousand BC. And the Rhodesian government was so desperate to push the narrative that the native population couldn't do anything without fucking white fella helping them, that they said, oh no, it was actually Indians. The Indians sailed across from the subcontinent, went to fucking, sort of central South Africa, or central southern Africa, I should say, the southern part of the continent, and built this great walled city civilization, just for no reason, and then they went back to India. Like, really? Really? That's the story you're gonna go with? But that was how desperate they were to push this narrative that Africa, which we now understand to be the fucking cradle of humanity, no, they couldn't do anything for themselves. The Indians had to come do it for them. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, that was the official narrative. That was the official narrative of the Rhodesian government, was that settlement was not built by fuck. Which people is it in Rhodesia? I think some Zulu on the southeast. I'd forget which, Bantu maybe? I forget which nations made up the territory that became Rhodesia under colonial rule. But anyway, bunch of different African nations, because this is the thing that white people forget whenever they talk about Africa, is that Africa is like as diverse as Europe or wherever else. And they're all different countries. They all have completely different cultures, different languages, they look different, whatever. But yeah, like the whole idea was that, oh no, the native people that lived in this area literally since the dawn of humanity, no, it couldn't be them. It was the Indians that came and built it. Like, that was actually the government's narrative. Because if they admitted that it was the local population that had built it, that would be kind of empowering to them. That would kind of give them ideas that they had at one point been able to run their own shit without European dudes watching over them, which was viewed to be pretty dangerous by the government. Nubia and Ethiopia were empires before there were Romans in Europe. Oh, absolutely. Like, there were so many, like, pretty fucking substantial African empires throughout the ages. Even into, like, the modern age. Like, into the 1800s, when the Europeans were still racing to colonize Africa, there were some pretty influential African empires that were too strong for the Europeans to fuck with, until eventually they broke down due to internal strife or corruption or whatever. But yeah, that was the thing. That was the thing that slowed down the European race to Africa. Was there were a few empires that they could not reliably fuck with because they were too powerful and too modernized. Wonder how the white skin came about? It was an adaptation as humans moved further north into places like Northern Europe to absorb more, or to generate more vitamin D from sunlight. So having more pigment in your skin protects you from things like sunburn, which is very useful if you live near the equator. But it's really bad if you live far up north, because you can't synthesize vitamin D as much, and the only way humans can synthesize vitamin D is exposure to sunlight. So it was an adaptation over time. I've actually been reading more. So I don't have a lot of knowledge. This is a just chatting stream for the time being, by the way. I don't have a whole lot of knowledge about ancient history other than the empires that you get taught about in, like, in English, or not English, but like British Commonwealth schools. So we learn about the Egyptians, we learn about the Romans, we learn about the Greeks. Particularly the Romans and the Greeks, because, you know, us fucking Anglos like to think we're the fucking bearers of the torch from them, which is fucking stupid. Anyone can, anyone trying to claim they're the continuation of a fucking ancient empire, just, like, shut the fuck up, dude. No, you're not. But yeah, like, those are the ones we learn about. The Egyptians, maybe a bit about some of the Mesopotamians, maybe, like, just glancing on the idea that, you know, the Fertile Crescent was a thing, but then it just goes straight to the Egyptians, whatever. Basically, if it wasn't mentioned in the Bible, Western school systems don't fucking care about it. So I've been reading about some of the Central Asian cultures. You know, all our languages came from Indo-European. The name suggests something, doesn't it? Proto-Indo-European. Or like the Indo-Iranians, all the different Central Asian horse cultures, many of which were pushed west by the Mongols, or came west looking for better land to farm on, because this is around the same time humans established actual agriculture. So you've got all these different cultures that came in from the steppe into Europe, and they all shifted around a lot. Some of them went back east, some of them ended up further east than they were to start with. But it's really interesting because you can see where some of them ended up. Like, the Alans. The Alans came from sort of the Caucasus-ish area, and they went all through Europe, like all through Europe. They ended up in fucking Spain. Spain, North Africa, I think some even made it like up into France and Germany. And then they ended up back in the Caucasus. And the last sort of enclave which is directly tied to the Alans is the Ossetians. It's really interesting. Really, really fucking interesting. And this is all shit that I was never taught in school. Never taught in school. You know, things like how a lot of the countries sort of in Central Europe, like the Bulgarians, I knew about the Hungarians coming from the east, but, you know, the Bulgarians came from pretty far east, and they got pushed around and settled, and a lot of these different groups sort of intermixed as well. Like, you'd have a culture where the main part of the population was a particular culture, but then their nobility were all drawn from another. So I think if there's any Bulgarians in chat, feel free to correct me, but I think the Bulgars were generally ruled over by the Hazaras, and so they became kind of integrated together, and that's how we ended up with modern Bulgarians. It's really interesting. I kind of feel like this is part of the reason they don't teach this shit in school, is if you don't look at a very sanitized, very European, ideologically friendly view of the Romans and the Greeks, because even the Romans and the Greeks did what I'm about to say. In fact, they're probably the most successful examples of it. But it's almost like there's a reason they avoid teaching you just how much all these historical cultures have intermixed and formed new cultures and settled and you know, like, it's almost like if you look back through history, the idea of people being all separate and staying amongst their own kind either A, doesn't happen, or B, in the instances it does happen, they get fucking rolled by a neighboring culture, which is, you know, this multicultural society that embraces the best everyone has to bring to it. Raphael, cheers for the Prime sub, man. Good to see you. So, yeah, like, oh, you got taught that? Well, fuck, we didn't. We fucking didn't. We got the very sanitized view, where the Egyptians and the Nubians were two completely separate entities and never the twain shall meet. We got the whole narrative that the Roman Empire collapsed because those damn fucking barbarians, those damn German barbarians came down and destroyed the empire overnight. The most powerful empire of its age just disappeared overnight because some barbarians came and sacked Rome. Like, really? Is that really why that happened? Or could it possibly be the result of literal centuries of corruption, of bureaucratic infighting, of weakening of the empire's values, of, you know, just constant fucking decline, almost familiar to some things that are happening now. You know, maybe that was more to do with it than the fact that they let some some barbarians, settle on their borders. And of course, the Romans, everyone was a barbarian if they weren't part of the Roman Empire. But no, like, it's like they neglected to mention the centuries worth of coexistence that they'd had with those exact same cultures that sacked Rome. Or the fact that, you know, Rome actually continued as a thing afterwards. We didn't even learn about the fucking Byzantines in school. Like, the Byzantine Empire was something like, the fact that there were two, you know, the Western Roman Empire, Eastern Roman Empire, which became the Byzantine Empire, shit like that, even the Great Schism, I don't remember learning that in school. I really honestly can't say I remember learning that in school. Like, we got fed such a sanitized fucking version of events. Orthodox people know real, which is funny, considering Australia has such a large proportion of Greeks and various types of Yugoslavs, and actually some Ukrainians too. Yeah, Orthodox people not real. Weird. Mean Islamic civilizations in the middle... Oh, we're going back before the Middle Ages. But yeah, like, also the role of the Islamic world in the Middle Ages, something that's not taught here. Something that's not taught here at all. But yeah, they were basically the ones that kept mathematics and science going during the European Dark Age. Do you know Graham Hancock? No? Possibly? I'm bad with names, so it's entirely possible I do, but I don't remember. But I'm just going to go with no for now. Rus princes were invited in from Sweden by Slavs. Yeah, the narrative being that the Slavs couldn't fucking rule themselves because they were all infighting, so they had to invite the Swedes down to unfuck them. Which, to be fair, spicy take maybe, but given recent Slavic history, maybe it's time for a repeat. But it's really interesting. It's really interesting, and Yeah, the fact that we use the Arabic numeral system, with some modifications, it's Hindu Arabic. The pure Arabic one's a bit different. It's got some similarities though, but Hindu Arabic is what we use. But yeah, like, the whole idea of, like, I don't know if you guys remember, I've spoken about this on stream before, but that cute little game, Bomber Crew, it's a crew management game. I have that. I should play it on stream sometime, but I'm terrible at it. It's a really cute little game. People lost their fucking minds because you could get, you know, like, Indian or black guys from the West Indies as your crew members. Not just, you know, your white Englishman with his little moustache and his cup of tea. They lost their fucking shit. And it's like, bruh, have you seen photos of Lancaster crews from World War II? It's like a bag of licorice all sorts. Like, one crew would have an Australian, 2 Canadians, a Brit, a Kiwi, a guy from the West Indies, an Indian. Like, they would have people from fucking everywhere. And yes, some squadrons were geographically based. So you had, like, for instance, the individual South African or Rhodesian fighter squadrons, Polish squadrons, Czech squadrons, whatever. But particularly within Bomber Command, but even within Fighter Command, you would have such a mix of people in your squadrons. Yeah, Jesus was a white man, I know, right? Like, a very well made up white man with, like, perfect makeup, nice rosy cheeks, like, fuck out of here, dude. But yeah, Bomber Crew made people lose their fucking minds when it came out because of that shit. And it's like, dude, it took me literally 2 seconds to find a photo of a black fighter pilot standing with his Spitfire. He was from a fucking West Indies squadron. It took me like a minute and a half to find a photo of a Bomber Crew where the pilot was from the West Indies, one of the gunners was Indian. Like, really, my man? People also lost their shit because it had female crew members, and to be fair, they wouldn't typically fly in combat, but also, despite the fact they weren't meant to be flying in combat, a lot of WAFs and Wrens who were delivering aircraft to their squadrons did incidentally get bounced by Germans and ended up having to fly some maneuvers coincidentally resembling combat to get the Germans to leave them the fuck alone. And they were doing this in aircraft without loaded guns a lot of the time, by the way. So I can suspend my disbelief and, you know, have a woman in the Bomber Crew. I'm not going to lose my fucking mind because of it. Look, dude, it's a cute little game with stylized graphics. The people don't actually speak recognizable English. They speak, like, you know, like they speak Simlish, basically. They speak Simlish. I'm not going to lose my fucking mind over that. I mean, if they were trying to make a fucking war film and saying this is based on a true story, this is super accurate, whatever, and they threw in something that didn't exist, maybe then I'd be mad. Which brings me to Dunkirk. Remember how much people lost their fucking minds when there were black troops in Dunkirk? Well, guess what? There were French colonial troops there. And the more you look into it, the more you realize that this whole idea of European history just being a bunch of fucking old white dudes standing around, it never actually existed. It never actually existed. Even in the fucking Middle Ages, there were traders from fucking North Africa or traders from the Far East. Like, people have always mixed and traded. It has not ever been a big fucking deal. Just certain people like to use it to make a big fucking deal to distract from the actual problems in society. Every time. Have a midget and a bull turret, don't give a crap. Yeah, like, dude, if they're good at their fucking job, who fucking cares where they're from? Who gives a shit? You know? Let's see. Familiar with Hancock, he's into the possibility of human civilizations predating our evidence via the Pleiades hitting during the Ice Age or something like this. Not quite Atlantis theory, but almost. It's interesting. Interesting is a word I would use, yes. Interesting is a good diplomatic word to use. I've got that view on the Egyptian-Nubian relation and Rome, but this mixing thing, that would sort of be the case with Slavs moving into Central Europe, the way we learned that local Celtic tribes got dominated by Germanic tribes, who in turn got pushed out, read the G word, yeah, by Slavic tribes, which then proceeded to assimilate with the remnants of Celtic tribes. Yeah, absolutely. And then, depending where you were, the Slavic tribes also integrated others. So, for instance, for all their big talk about the Turks, have a look at the Serbo-Croatian vocabulary, and about half of it's Turkish. At the end of the day, we're all one people and all have contributed to humanity throughout the ages, but some dickheads among us are just incredibly fucking selfish and must be banned from life ASAP. Absolutely. That is absolutely it. Like, it has... In a practical sense, it has never actually fucking mattered where you're from or who you are. In a political sense, it has, because some people make it matter, because they have something to gain from it. But in a practical sense, it doesn't fucking matter. You know, the whole idea that certain people from certain places can't do certain things is bullshit. Anyone given the right opportunity can. It's like, you know, the whole idea that the whole Tuskegee Airmen thing during World War II was literally an experiment to see if black American pilots could be taught to fly planes, because literally there were people in the US fairly highly placed who thought, oh no, you can't teach them to fly planes, they're not smart enough. Or like, bro, are you serious? Or like the idea that women aren't fit for certain jobs. Like, why? Like, the whole biotruth thing is just fucking stupid. There are certain things that will make it harder for people to do a job, but there's no reason they can't do it. For instance, and it's less tied to where someone's from or what they look like or what bits they've got. It's less tied to that than it's tied to either the situation they're raised in. Say, if they come from a really shitty family situation and they've just never had a good life, they're going to have a hard time adapting to shit. So yeah, it's going to be harder to train them to do something. Or if they're like a fucking monkey, like me, whose brain doesn't work properly, it's going to be harder for them to adapt to shit, right? Like, by all logic, if you just ignore the fact that I had undiagnosed ADHD until the age of fucking 31, if you ignore that, by all logic, I should be like a doctor or a lawyer or like some highly placed engineer or something. Like, I should be in a very well-paying, highly placed job because I had a very expensive education, because remember, my family used to actually be well off. Used to being the operative phrase there. You know, I had a good education, I had a pretty good family life. Not perfect, but whose is? It was really good. My family is still really close-knit, all that stuff. Like, I had everything going for me, except I had a disability no one actually knew about until I was already an adult with many issues because of said undiagnosed disability. Some people are going to have a hard time, some people aren't. It's luck of the draw. But you can't make sweeping generalizations that, oh, this group of people can't be taught to do this because of where they're from. Or this group of people, if I hold up the Dulux color chart, they're 2 shades too dark, so they can't do this job because the, like, biotruths? Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. It's fucking stupid. If it doesn't have 500 Tom Hardy clones, it's not an accurate British movie. I know, right? Now, I will say, having said all of that, when you try and shoehorn characters into a reboot of something just because of their characteristics, like, say for instance you make a fucking Netflix adaptation and you decide to regender one of the characters, or you just do something like that, it needs to work. They need to actually, you know, there needs to be a characteristic there that makes it worth it, other than just what they look like, or something. It needs to be interesting. That's something really lazy I've noticed in, it's not just like SJWs, it's something that's happened long before that, but people will write characters into stories purely for a characteristic they have, not as an actual character, and it's always shat me to tears. They need to be interesting, well-rounded characters for it to not grate on people. Even if it's not somebody writing a woman into a story where it was traditionally a man, or someone writing like a dude from, I don't know, fucking Uzbekistan into a story set in like 19th century England. Even if it's not that, even if it's literally some old boring white dude being written into a story, but he has one defining characteristic and his entire character is that, it's fucking boring, dude. Personally, I find history and evolution interesting when it comes to human sexual dynamics, and it explains a lot of what we see today with unfettered hypergamy and social media, but I won't go into it. Could be contentious. I think we're already many miles down the contentious hole at this point. Imagine trying to explain to people the amount of armies involved in taking Italy back. Yeah. Woke Marxist garbage? Read a fucking history book, my dude. Read a fucking history book. If you actually go to primary sources instead of shit that was written in the fucking 1800s when the Europeans were trying to justify their own fucking expansionist claims on the world, you will see accounts of various people traveling the world. Most of the actual reliable accounts we have of early Russian culture come from an Arab. There's a lot of that. A lot of reliable accounts we have of various cultures in North Africa either come from the Middle East, from Arabs from the Middle East, or they come from people like the Vikings. People fucking moved around. Like, shit like boats are not a new invention. Boats are not hard to figure out. You cut down a tree, you hollow out the middle, you throw it in the water. Or you just get some logs and tie them together with flax. Like, this shit's not new. We didn't need fucking planes or the internet to be able to travel the world and meet people from other cultures. I mean, there's a reason the Silk Road exists. If you think that Europe just magicked all of its resources out of its own arse and had no contact with the Far East, I don't know what to tell you, my dude. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you can keep believing shit that was written 200 years ago by a bunch of boring, stuffy dudes trying to justify their fucking expansionist worldview if you really want to, but primary sources disagree with it, secondary sources disagree with it, actual physical evidence disagrees with it, genetics disagrees with it, everything fucking disagrees with it. The idea that there was no contact between cultures and Europe was only white people and Africa was only black people and fucking Asia just kept to themselves, that whole narrative has as much fucking credit to it as Lysenkoism has to biology. It's a load of fucking garbage. I'm sorry if you... Well, no, I'm not sorry if you find that offensive. Get fucked if you find that offensive. I don't fucking care. See if I give a shit. Go read some actual fucking history instead of ideological fucking garbage. That actually kills me. The way that people read something that is a purely ideological work. Batman Gaming, thanks for the follow. People will read something that is purely ideological, that has no basis, in fact. No basis in primary sources, no basis in physical evidence, no basis in genetics. But they'll read something that was written by some fucking English dude in 1850, and they will take it to be the gospel fucking truth when it was written purely out of ideological concerns, and then anything that counteracts that, including actual fucking evidence, like you can wave a fucking, I don't know, an Eastern, like a pot from Central Asia that was found in England in their face, and they'll say, oh no, it's planted. It's like fucking creationists. In fact, they usually are creationists that do this. Strange that. You know, you show them a fucking fossilized dinosaur bone, and they'll go, oh no, that's a test of faith. God put it there to test faith. No, it's just a really big lizard. It's only 1,000 years. Like, they can't be reasoned with. They can't be reasoned with. They're so intent on preserving their little fucking information bubble where their worldview agrees with, or like everything in the world agrees with their worldview perfectly, and anyone that disagrees is just a dirty Marxist or a dirty enemy of God or whatever. Like, it's mental illness. I'm gonna go out and say it. It's mental illness. It's delusion. It is clinical delusion. Isn't it really a big lizard? It depends. Some of them were. Some of them were really big birds.
Hello there, Australian man.
So there,
computer screen.
there were two main subsets of dinosaurs, so to speak. One was lizard-hipped, as in, if you look at the structure of their hips, they are as lizards are. And then there were bird-hipped dinosaurs, theropods. That's where birds come from, by the way. Birds are just dinosaurs. But yeah, like, the whole idea that anything that, like, if you show a painting that was actually painted in 1500 and there's, like, a couple of black dudes and it's set in England, it's like, no, that's woke Marxist garbage. Like, that is a primary source, my man. That is a primary source from the time. How is that woke Marxist garbage? Like, cognitive dissonance, yeah. Cognitive dissonance, that's exactly what it is. It's ideological unless it agrees with my point of view, in which case it's true facts. Like, fucking get out of here. Different subject. Are you going to fly the nuke mission tomorrow and Alpin's Apache mission on Sunday? Sunday I can't do because I'm working. Tomorrow we'll see if I get up in time. I probably won't be streaming it if I fly it tomorrow though, because I don't want to stream all weekend. Chinese and Romans knew of each other? Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, they would be fucking stupid not to. Humans expanded pretty fucking fast. And, you know, it makes sense to trade with other cultures to get shit you can't get. Like, you can't get silk, or at least going back far enough.
That birds are not real. They have all been killed and replaced by robot birds with cameras used
true.
to spy on us.
It's true. But like in Europe, before trade was established with China, where are you going to get silk from? You know, there's always been trade and exchange between cultures, and there always will be. It makes no fucking sense not to. I mean, people who are really hellbent on the idea of a fucking ethno-state are dumb as fuck, because if you look historically, every time somebody has actually done that, literally, like, within a couple decades usually, maybe a century or two at most, they get fucking steamrolled by some massive behemoth that comes in that wasn't an ethno-state. Like, you know, the fucking Mongolians, as they charged through fucking Europe, the Mongols weren't just Mongols. They were Mongols, they were displaced people from Central Asian steppe, they were displaced people from the Caucasus. Like, they would adopt people that they conquered or established even cordial relations with. They would adopt them into their military and into their society. The most powerful military force the world has ever seen was a massive multicultural fucking empire. All of them were. All of them were. I mean, even the United States during World War II, even though they still had segregation domestically, their armed forces were starting to integrate, and they'd already integrated different, if not people of, you know, African-American background, they'd at least started integrating people of European background. So you had Poles, you had American Germans, you had Czechs, you had Ukrainians, you had Swedes, you had Norwegians, you had all this shit. You know, people of Scottish, Irish, British, whatever, all these different people in one country. Like, the whole idea of ethno-states being viable is fucking laughable, because they're not. They're fucking not. They always degenerate, usually within a century or two, because nobody's importing any new ideas. Nobody's importing any new fucking genetic material into the gene pool. You're gonna end up with fucking kids with all sorts of problems, because, you know, to an extent you can get away with it, but it's just... Literally since the dawn of time, when people were still living in caves and didn't have written language yet, or sometimes even spoken language, they would go out, they would raid a nearby tribe, and they would use that to import new fucking genetics into their own tribe. Like, that is such a fucking foundational concept to human society. I don't know how people can look at the way humans work and say, oh no, we can't do that. No, we have to keep to our own kind. Like, are you fucking stupid? Like, if you really want to doom yourself to irrelevance and being a footnote in the historical record as some great big fucking massive power comes and rolls you over and then subsumes you into their own culture, go for it, I guess. Fucking go for it. Right, let's fly. Pro-freedom of religion, but I think with proper education, critical thinking, one will become atheist. I have no issues with personal religion. I have big issues with organized religion, because just like most other things where you have this massive centralized power, it becomes very corrupt, it becomes very politicized. I mean, look, during the Middle Ages, the Catholic Church was the dominant political power in Europe. It's not good. It is not good. I do not think organized religion is a good idea. I don't think you can really stop it from happening, but I don't think it's a good idea. I don't mind people's personal beliefs, but I have very spicy takes on religion as a whole. Partly coloured by my own experiences with it. Hopefully you guys can still see the game after I've been sitting in the main menu for so long. One hand with the cross, the other with the sword. Yep. Let me just get my zoom a bit more comfortable here. so I can see some of my instrument panel. This thing should delete bombers quite easily. We've got 4 20mm Browning, oh sorry, 4 20mm Hispanos and 6 303 Brownings. Yeah, the whole idea of keeping to, you know, your own kind is fucking stupid. And it's always, if you look at the people who espouse it the most, they're always the, like, biggest fuck-ups. Like, you can tell they don't have a very expansive genetic pool because it's obvious. Shall we say. Like that one meme of the kid saying, "Ah, yes, you can tell I've got pure Nordic ancestry. Do I look German?" And he's got no chin at all. Why are fucking rightoids, like not normal right-wing people who have like actual, you know, fairly moderate beliefs, but like rightoids, why do they always have no chin? Like, it is the best predictor of their political views, is whether they have a chin or not. And if they don't have a chin, you can assume they're probably a neo-Nazi. It's hilarious. Like, it's almost 100% fucking guarantee. I should shave this. I have a great fucking chin. But no, like, seriously, it's a thing. It's a thing. There was... Oh, I lost my control cables to my elevator. We're going to be abandoning this aircraft as a result. That's not... I thought I'd changed that line. Anyway. Assume leftoids have no balls? I don't know, I'm pretty sure they have working balls. Restart. But seriously, like, if you look at any fucking far-right, neo-Nazi, white supremacist, whatever rally, like, they all look like drop kicks. They all look like fucking drop kicks. You'll occasionally get the one that has, like, Mum said it was his turn with the brain cell, and so they might be clean-shaven and wearing a nice suit and look kind of almost like a respectable human being until they open their mouth. But, like, the foot soldiers, so to speak, are always just absolute fucking drop kicks. Think they gaslight themselves and only join in because they want to belong? Nobody wants to be an ugly outcast. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is, because organizations like that, or ideologies like that, they prey on people that don't fit in. There's a guy, I forget his name now, I think he's American-Italian. He does, like, speaking to us now because he fell in with a neo-Nazi gang in his teens, because he just wanted somewhere to fit in. He had a really bad upbringing, really shitty family, got discriminated against as an Italian, and so he joined a fucking neo-Nazi gang. And he talks now about how they prey on vulnerable youth to basically make up the numbers. Because if you think about it, the kind of ideology where you honestly... You know, well, maybe you don't honestly believe, but the kind of ideology where you tell yourself you're superior to someone else just because of where you were born or what you look like, especially if you look like that, it's just a cope. It's a cope for not fitting in. It's a cope for feeling like you don't belong, or it's almost self-hating in a way. Like, you recognize the fact that you aren't very attractive, and so you tell yourself, oh, actually, it's everyone else that's inferior. I'm just so superior they don't recognize it. There's a straggler up there. We'll go for him first, I think. Good old 1800 shave, just enough to show your chin. No, I'll get rid of the whole thing, probably. Like, you guys can't see it on the screen, because the webcam does me a few favors, but my beard is not as good as it looks. It's all fucking scraggly and horrible. So I do need a shave. Make myself look kinda respectable. I mean, you can if you want. More slaves in the world than back in the big American... Yeah. Eastern Asia, like Southeast Asia, is really bad for it. Their fishing industry is full of slavery. A lot of it's... technically not, if you use a really narrow definition from the 1800s, but it is slavery. Indentured labor is still slavery. But the thing is as well, and this is something I've noticed when speaking to or reading discussions by Americans, is they're so hung up on their own past, they have so many fucking lingering issues from their own past, that Americans will fail to recognize that slavery existed anywhere outside America. Or they'll fail to recognize that the main slave trading entity in Africa was in fact an African empire. It was the Empire of Dahomey, or the Kingdom of Dahomey, I think it was. That was who was gathering up the slaves of all the neighboring African nations who they didn't get along with, and then selling them to the Americans and the Europeans. One of the worst slave trades in the world, which is ongoing, is the Arabic slave trade. As in, the Arabs run it. Part of the reason the Royal Navy got built into such a powerful force is because the Brits got, or the English at the time, the English got fucking sick of pirates coming up from the Arab world and capturing random people from coastal towns and taking them back to sell as slaves. So if you guys want to blame someone for British colonialism, there you go. Hey, Conkers. $20 mils are letting me down today. The Turks did. I don't remember if the Arabs did. I know the Turks did. Because eunuchs were a big deal back then. They would use them as, like, advisors. Because it was assumed they wouldn't have any power, or, like, any ambition for power if you took their balls off. Well, if you took everything off, shall we say. First of all, that didn't work out so well. Second of all, it's just a really shitty thing to do. But that was common. That was really common, particularly during the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire also had an entire armed formation, the Janissaries, which were taken as children from usually the Balkan states, and then trained as soldiers. I think I actually collided with him after I got pilot sniped. It's really interesting. So, depending which kind of Americans you talk to, they'll either go, like, a whiter shade of pale if you say, hey, did you know that slavery was a thing that existed outside the US as well? Like, oh my god. No, we have to make this about America because America's the most important country on Earth, and I have so much guilt that I can't stop fucking talking about. Like, this is the problem. America's hang-ups with its past have never been solved, so they just push them onto fucking everybody else. Like, it is so annoying trying to have a conversation online and an American turns up, because they will make it about them like that. Doesn't matter what the conversation is about, as soon as an American turns up, the conversation becomes about America. So they'll either do that, or there'll be the other kind who say, well, actually, slavery was considered acceptable in the 1860s. Everyone else was doing it. So really, we weren't the bad guys. But, like, no. The one thing, the sole thing that the continental European powers and the British Empire could agree with in the early to mid 1800s, particularly the mid 1800s, was that slavery, transatlantic slavery, was bad and they should stop it. There was a fucking combined European fleet that set out to fuck with the American transatlantic slave trade specifically. So, like, I've actually had Americans, now, to be fair, they were edgy teenagers who, the more I found out about them, the more I realized they thought slavery was actually a good thing. But they were trying to push the narrative that slavery was perfectly acceptable in the 1860s. Like, are you fucking stupid? No, it wasn't. It really wasn't. You girls just want to make everyone a slave to the government? Why would I? Our government's fucking incompetent. I mean, if you look into its history, it was pretty fucked up. The founding fathers were all pretty much dickheads. The US itself was founded as a tax dodge. So you have two versions of US history. You have the sanitized, approved version, which is only now being counted, and then you have the other version, which is the US is the worst thing ever and it only ever did evil. Nobody knows how to do nuance. Nobody. But I also think people will say, oh, we're not allowed to say this or that, otherwise it makes us racist, when really they do want to say something that's pretty sketchy, and they're just mad they can't get away with it. Like the famous, I'm not racist, but remarks. There goes my wing. I am not flying very well today. I mean, you could. If you said it in the Middle Ages in Europe, you could. You absolutely could, particularly in the Balkans. Every country has got fucking skeletons in its closet, just the bigger countries tend to have bigger skeletons. And typically, they're going to try and minimize their own so they can criticize other countries for doing the exact same thing they did. Remember, Russia's never started a war. Yeah, never. Not once in its history. Never mind what's going on now. Never mind the Caucasus. Never mind anything that happened in the Far East. Never mind any of what happened after the revolution. Whoops. Let's not fly directly into their defensive fire this time. I'm staying too close to them. I really need to just dive in and dive out. Let's say he's going down. I mean, I can perfectly understand people trying to make up for literal centuries of pretending that we're perfect and never did anything wrong. Given some time, it'll balance out. However, having said that, the most recent administration of the US was pretty intent on pretending the US was always in the right and never did anything wrong, so I find it very hard to believe that the right are so persecuted and so censored and they're not allowed to speak their minds or anything like that. Oh, those lefties censoring everything. As far as I'm aware, throughout recent history, the right never really had to worry about being imprisoned for their views. Never really had to worry so much about being spied on by the FBI. Never really had to worry about their career being sabotaged because it was found out what political party they belonged to. Now they're finally getting a taste of what everyone else put up with for the past how fucking long, and they don't like it. And it's only a taste, believe me. It is a fucking taste. So, forgive me if I don't really care for their crocodile tears. Same with fucking Bible thumpers complaining, oh, Christianity is so persecuted these days. Like, get fucked. You persecuted everyone else for 2 millennia, and now you're having a cry that you're expected to actually respect other people's fucking beliefs. Passenger that landed a C-208 this week. I heard about it, but I didn't really read into it. It's going to be interesting without a gun sight. Cheers, Conkus. I'll check it out later. US is going down towards a third world country in some places, at least some places always were. The US has always been like a complete land of contradictions. Russia's like that too, the Soviet Union was as well. Like major powers like that, often they'll appear really strong and powerful and modern, really wealthy, whatever, from the exterior, but then you go out not even 5 minutes out of a major city, and it's just absolute poverty. Like, there are towns in the US that look like this place would have, you know, 100 years ago. Just completely untouched by the passage of time. There are quite a few places like that. But yeah, the US is in decline. It has been for a while, and it's got no one to blame but itself. Years upon years of fucking terrible foreign policy, combined with a political scene which is basically show business, not actual politics. They've given themselves an idiocracy, and now they have to fucking lie in the bed they've made. Unfortunately, because the US is the current, well, was the world hegemon, China's kind of moving in on that territory now, but because the US is so culturally, politically, and economically dominant, especially in the English-speaking world, whatever happens there rolls downhill to the rest of us. So all the same fucking stupid shit the Americans are doing to themselves is starting to happen here. And of course, the Russians and the Chinese are feeding into it because it benefits them to have discord sown in the West. So, for example, take here Clive Palmer. He has very strong ties to the Chinese. Very strong ties. And he's a far right-wing lunatic, of course, they always are. But it benefits China, even though China is nominally a socialist country, which really they kind of aren't. But it benefits China to fuck with Australia's unity and fuck with Australia's military and economic ties to other countries. So, Clivey Boy is very useful to them. All the Americans' fault for me? I mean, if you want to play the victim like Americans frequently do, go right ahead, but no. America influences countries that are allied to it. It's natural. It's like Russia influences countries that are allied to it. China influences countries that are allied to it. Whatever your regional power or your particular sort of cultural touchstone that you identify with, whatever they do or go through will roll down to you. In our case, that happens to be the Americans. If I was from Belarus, it would be the Russians. Because we, the Americans, lead the Western world and you guys absorb our shit in time. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just like what happened with the Brits when they were the dominant power. You know, anything that affected them would roll downhill to the colonies, would roll downhill to, not so much the European continent, but to any current or former British possessions. The French back in the 19th century were in a similar position. Exactly. I used to have a co-worker who could not name our own Prime Minister, which he called a president, by the way. He didn't realise we have a Prime Minister, not a president. So he couldn't name our own president, but he knew all about what was going on in the US. A lot of political discourse in Australia these days is very Americanized. The term liberal in this country has started being used by the far right-wing parties like United Australia or whatever. It started being used to refer to American liberals. Liberal in the context of this country, and I've got in an argument with this before with an American who didn't realise this. Liberal in the context of Australian politics, the Australian Liberal Party are right-wing. They are our right-wing party. The Australian Liberal Party are called the Liberal Party because they follow Austrian economics. That's where the term liberal comes from. They are not socially liberal, they are socially conservative. In fact, they're kind of fiscally conservative as well, to be honest, these days. But yeah, that's how it is. Like, there are people in this country who were born here and have lived here all their lives, who unironically use American political terms to try and describe the Australian political situation because they don't know what the fuck is going on. Happy to have Biden over Trump. In the current situation where Russia's becoming a serious problem, he's probably less of a problem than Trump was. Mr. I'm going to try and withdraw from NATO, Trump. Mr. I'm going to burn every bridge we have with our allies overseas, Trump. Yeah. Like, Biden is fucking bad, don't get me wrong. Biden is fucking bad, but holy Jesus fuck, he's better than Trump. Trump was literally a Manchurian candidate, dude. Like, holy shit. But then that's something I notice on the American far right, and the Australian far right, and the British far right, is they're very strangely sympathetic to the Russians. Not historically to Russia, but modern to Russia. They're very, very sympathetic to an authoritarian country with a highly conservative social structure where the church holds ungodly power over the government. They're very sympathetic towards that. Hillary Clinton would... The Dems... Like, I almost wonder if the Dems are paid opposition at this point. Controlled opposition, because the Dems have been just incredibly good at self-sabotaging. Like, first of all, running Clinton against Trump, and now they want to run her again, apparently? Like, what the fuck are they doing, dude? It's like they're trying to figure out who gives them the least possible chance of actually winning. But then again, so it's partly, like, part of me does wonder, just as a joke, are they controlled opposition? I don't actually think they are. What I think is going on is that the American political scene is so incredibly polarized that the Dems actually sniff their own farts enough to think that people will just vote for them by default. Like, the Dems actually believe their own rhetoric. The Republicans do too. But the Dems think that just because they have this nice, happy campaign with sunshine and rainbows and feminism and all this stuff that people are going to support them. Well, it might go over well with latte-sipping trust fund kids in the major cities, but it's not going to go along so well with the working class. That is the problem with a lot of modern, the fucking Dems aren't left-wing, they're not even close, but modern, less right-wing parties, shall we say, is that they're trying to pander to shit which isn't actually the popular opinion. Not to say that it's not important, but, you know, they're pandering to issues that affect the middle or upper middle classes in urban areas. People who actually don't have that much adversity in their lives, that's who they're kind of catering towards. People who have been fucked constantly from the moment they were born, it's like they've given up on them, and that's the majority of the population, my dudes. You do not want to get outflanked by the Republicans going to people like coal miners in Virginia or steel workers. You don't want that to happen. That's really bad. That's exactly how fascism does happen, is, you know, the mainstream loses touch with the population and then they get outflanked by extremists. I mean, it depends what you call liberal. Are you speaking economically or socially? Because they're two completely different things. Like, that's the thing. American political discourse of liberal versus conservative is literally not shared by any other country on earth. Except, well, kind of the UK now. Kind of the UK. But yeah, the Dems don't actually have a viable platform. But at the same time, they're so wrapped up in their own information bubble, just like the Republicans are wrapped up in an information bubble, right? Where they're always the good guys and the damn cultural Marxists are out to destroy Western society. Like, get lost. Fucking really. But the Dems do the same thing. Same thing. They actually believe their own propaganda. And then they wonder why they lose. Bullet hole. I took a lot of hits, actually, so I'm curious if we can see where... Oh, we're trailing something. That's probably fuel. Maybe coolant. I've got to... Bear with me, guys. I've got to figure out how I can zoom in on this camera. I'm not sure if I can. The camera controls in Cliffs of Dover are not really ideal. Let me just have a look at the control bindings. Yeah, and like American political discourse and political education is so comically oversimplified, it's not even funny. No wonder your fucking political scene's so fucked up. No one even knows what they're talking about. Like, when you can't even accurately describe someone's ideology, how the fuck are you going to talk about it? That's not what I want. Camera. Shit, it won't. I don't think it's going to recognize my scroll wheel. Let's go page up, page down. There we go. Oh, I better save those actually, so I don't fuck up my controls again. I've had to rebind this game so many times. My observer's dead, I think. Oops. So, I'm not sure what the limit is before it starts despawning bullet holes because it's hit the decal limit, but we got one there under the wing root, we got another one there by the gun ejection ports. That probably would have disabled that cannon. That hit there probably would have disabled that cannon. We got a cluster of hits around the tail. We got two on the rudder that went straight through in one side and out the other. Oh, actually, maybe not. No, that's 4 different hits. Looks like our engines are okay. That's where that leak's coming from, probably, is that cluster of holes there. Like I said, the only sims I know that do this, that display hits where they happened, are this Combat Flight Simulator 3 and, like, 3 aircraft in IL-2 Great Battles. The Mustang's one of them, I forget the others. Let's check some of the other aircraft and see if they've taken much damage. He hasn't got any. He hasn't got any. He's got a hit there on one of his flaps. So it looks like my wingmen were a lot less dumb than me and managed to generally avoid damage. And that's my aircraft. Let's have a look. Actually, is that my aircraft? Yeah, it is. I can't skip to the enemy planes, so they're either all down or they're out of range, I wonder. Fix your party's nomenclature? There's nothing wrong with it. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. They are neoliberals in economic terms, so that's why they're the Australian Liberal Party. They've always been called the Australian Liberal Party. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not us with the nomenclature problem, my dude. Yeah. Yeah, labels are a problem in a lot of ways. I think I've spoken about that on stream before. If you look at the, for instance, in the UK, the Conservative Party there, they are socially conservative. Economically, they are very much not. Economically, they can't sell the UK off quickly enough. So they're, you know, economically, they're very, very, very neoliberal. What plane is this? This is a Bristol Beaufighter. Hey, Nines! Cheers to the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. We're, looking for somewhere to land in a somewhat badly shot-up Beaufighter. There's actually a musician, I can never remember his name, but he's a jazz musician. And he actually did that. He went to a bar that he knew a bunch of KKK members hung out at, and he just sat down and started talking, because he knew this one guy was really into music. He just sat down and fucking started talking to him about music. And it took him a while. Obviously it's not magic, you can't just say a secret passcode that gets people to completely reevaluate their position in the world. But over the course of a few months, he actually befriended this guy. And he became one of the good ones, you know. But then after a while, it became more obvious as he introduced more of his social circle. Oh, hey, there's a lot of good ones. Oh shit, most of them are good ones. Wait a minute, why do I go around wearing a silly costume? And the guy quit. And so he thought, holy shit, I'm onto something here. And then the guy that quit also started talking amongst his social circle, which, as you might imagine, involved a lot of KKK people. And I think it was within like a year or two, the fucking Grand Dragon, or whatever the fuck they call their local leader, he quit. The problem is, not that many people have the patience, or the fortitude, shall we say, to sit down with somebody that, you know, at first glance wants them dead, and start a conversation with them. I certainly don't. FDR described himself and his philosophy as liberal, so that's why Is it seriously only that recent? Oh my god, that makes it even funnier. That makes it even fucking funnier. In the US, yeah. But it's not universal, and that's why in a lot of Western countries that aren't the US, words are hard. A lot of Western countries that aren't the US, you have liberal Democrats. To, you know, it's not because they want to double up on the name, it's because they are, you know, not quite the same thing. But yeah, here, the Australian Liberal Party, which is in a coalition with the National Party, they are a right-wing mainstream party. I say mainstream, they jumped the shark years ago, they're fucking fringe now, at least in terms of ideology. And then our left-wing party, which hasn't been left-wing since about, I don't know, the 1980s, is the Australian Labor Party, which got that name from the Labour movement, which tells you, you know, what they're about, or at least what they used to be about, unfortunately. They're still... Look, obviously I have strong political beliefs, which I'm not shy about, so I'll go ahead and say that the Labour Party, even in their current state, are far and away a better choice than the fucking Liberal National Coalition. But they're a lot removed from what they originally were supposed to be, which is unfortunate to see. Because they've done the same thing that Labour did in the UK, at least until Corbyn came about, and now they got rid of him and they're back to doing the same old thing, which is they're trying to pander to Tory voters. Do you vote for them? Yeah, I do. Well, if I don't vote them directly, I'll preference them, because we have preference voting here. I don't donkey vote. Donkey voting, like, if you choose not to participate in democracy, you're going to make the problem worse. I'll go ahead and say that right now. Like, a lot of fucking woke fucking, you know, latte sort of trust fund kiddies think if they don't vote, it's going to bring about the revolution. No, it's going to bring the fucking right wing back into power, like it always does. Always fucking vote. I used to be like that myself, and then I woke the fuck up. I am probably way over my gear extension speed. Oopsie daisies. How does that work? So you place numbered preferences, and then it kind of spills over. I don't remember the exact mechanics of the system. It's quite complicated to the point where the different political parties will hand out how to vote cards so that they can give their preferences to the parties they want to if they don't get yours. But yeah, like, there's a lot of tactical voting and weird bullshit that goes on around it, but it's still way better than the alternative. Remember what I said about the AI trying to kill themselves on when you land, they don't know how to react to it? That's what I meant right there. The preferential voting system we have here also results in interesting little exploits. For instance, the United Australia Party. Isn't it strange how all these right-wing parties that have these sorts of ideologies and turn out to be very friendly towards Chinese and Russian interests, isn't it strange they all have similar names to United Russia? I'm not saying that Russia funded them, I'm just saying it's strange that they have convergent names, shall we say. But anyway, the United Australia Party, which is run nominally by Clyde Palmer, that party doesn't exist to get into power. That party exists to draw votes away from Labour and the Greens and the Socialist Alliance and all the other parties, and direct them straight back to the Liberal Party, because they preference the Liberal Party. In fact, Craig Kelly, who I think is the actual de facto, or de jure, sorry, the actual de jure leader of the party at the moment, he is a former member of the Liberal Party. And by former member of the Liberal Party, I don't mean long ago in his political past. I mean he left the Liberal Party and then went over to United Australia and is still in close contact with all his mates back in Liberal Party headquarters. So, wouldn't it be funny if there was a party in the Australian political system who existed to do nothing but stir controversy? They didn't plan on getting into government because their platform is shit. They don't really have a platform. They annoy the shit out of the general population by spamming text messages to them, which is not technically illegal, but is greatly frowned upon. This party scaremongers about China and conflates voting for any other party as being a vote for China, and yet this party's leader and founding member is closely tied to several very high-ranking Chinese officials through his mining interests. Wouldn't it be strange if that party existed for the sole reason of disrupting the political scene and drawing votes away from other parties to A, stop the Greens from being able to make up a majority with Labour on votes, because, you know, we quite often end up with hung parliaments where one small party will hold the balance of power. So to stop the Greens from being able to do that, as they have historically been able to do, to stop Labour from getting a clear majority, wouldn't it be odd if a party existed purely to do that? Wouldn't that be strange? That's what the United Australia Party is. They exist to feed votes to the Liberals, to keep the Greens out of balance of power, and to keep Labour out of majority. That's why they exist. They exist for no other reason. Sounds like you'd probably vote Democrat here in the US. I would not move to the US if you paid me to. Hopefully they'll get destroyed in November, and then what? More Trump? More of a literal Russian Manchurian candidate in government? I mean, like, do not get me wrong. Biden is not good. Nobody the Democrats have run for literally a couple decades now has been anything approaching good. But by God, at least they can't do much more damage than the previous fucking administration did. I mean, you had an administration which did everything in its power to start a fucking civil war, and you're going to tell me they're the preferable alternative? Really? Okay. I mean, if you want to destroy the American empire even faster, if you want to make America a global laughingstock even faster, if you want to destroy overseas US influence, if you want to allow Russia and China an ascendancy over the United States, so that in about 50, 100 years, one of them decides they can make a play on you guys, if you want to do that, go right ahead. I've seen Juice Media's Honest Australian Government ads. I think I've seen one or two of them. I've seen a bunch of their other stuff, like the one about the Great Barrier Reef. That was pretty good. Tell them to land. I don't think it works. I've tried it, and they still stay in formation with you. Like, it never seems like that option's actually worked in Cliffs of Dover. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Sound like a CNN Plus ad? The fact that you describe things by what American news channel you think they sound like, and American channels aren't news, they're all fucking propaganda. CNN, MSNBC, fucking ABC, Fox, OAN, any of them, they're propaganda. The fact you literally can't describe things without using American terms is very impressive. Try the old IL-2 trick, tell them first to land, then tell them to go to the next waypoint. I wonder if that would work, actually. I wonder if that would work. Let's try another mission. Ruin the current economic environment? I mean, the economy in the US hasn't been that great for a while. And that's the thing as well. People like to talk big about this or that party. Now, I can't speak with 100% certainty about the American economic situation because I don't follow it that closely. I'll say that right now. But the Australian economic situation... yeah, I'm spouting CNN talking points, which is strange since I have no contact with CNN. I don't watch CNN. I don't watch any American news, as a matter of fact. I avoid American news sources like the fucking plague because none of them are reliable. They are all either Democrat propaganda or fucking Republican propaganda or worse. So, like, if you think that I'm spouting CNN talking points, that says more about you than it does me, my dude. Anyway, to speak of the economic situation, I don't know how true this is for the United States. I can't comment on that. I don't live there. I don't follow their news that much. So, the Australian situation is the Liberals, which, remember, the right-wing party, so to speak. The Liberals here claim to be the party of sound economic management. The Liberals bank on their reputation as being good economic managers. It is pretty much the only thing they get elected on. Well, at least the only thing they got elected on until John Howard, and after John Howard they started getting elected on fear of immigrants as well. But prior to that, the Liberal Party had always been about economic management. What is very interesting, and they'll say that Labour are reckless spenders, Labour destroy the economy, Labour do this, Labour do that, whatever. What is very interesting is that if you actually look into the Australian economy's performance since the foundation of the Liberal Party in the 1950s, and before that they came from a separate party. They were basically reformed under Menzies into the Liberal Party. If you look at this country's economic state since that party was refounded as the Australian Liberal Party, you look at the times when the Liberals got into government, they typically had a decent economic situation because Labour had been in before them. The Liberals get in, they squander it away. They start handing out tax breaks left, right, and centre. They start granting all sorts of fucking... or they start deregulating things. They start granting all sorts of welfare payments to people that don't need welfare payments. And then they blame Labour when the economy tanks. I mean, a Labour government got this country through the 2008 recession pretty lightly. We were one of the least badly affected countries on Earth under a Labour government. The Liberals claim, they claim fucking credit for that. They weren't back in power until 4 years after that fucking happened, and they claim it was their fucking thing. They claim they did it. Oh no, we set Labour up for it. If Labour didn't have a strong economy because of us to start with, it would never have happened. Like, if you actually look into it, the Liberals are horrendously bad economic managers. Like, look at the state of the economy right now. Under a Liberal government, the Liberals have been in power since, what, 2012, I think it was? 2012 they got back in? No, 2011 it might have been. 2011, 2012. I've lost count. And a decade of being under the Liberals, nearly a decade and a half, has left us with a shit economy, shit employment situation. Our COVID response was a bad fucking joke. We still did better than a lot of countries, don't get me wrong. We got very lucky. But it was a bad joke. They've done this constant on-again, off-again shit where instead of just doing a big lockdown and getting the worst of the pain over to begin with and then steadily going back to normal life, they'll do a snap lockdown. Oh, it's cleared up. Let's open everything again. And then there's another outbreak, another snap lockdown, this stop-start bullshit, which really fucks with the economy. Like, that is probably one of the worst things you can do to the economy, is this stop-start fucking lockdown shit. That's what they're doing, because their whole rhetoric is, no, we can't be all closed up, we got to help the economy, we got to open back up, open everything. No, these restrictions are destroying the economy. So as soon as they see the opportunity, they throw everything wide open and stop-start shit starts. Where do you get your sources? I get them from various other news sources, so I'll go to the BBC. I will speak directly to people. I value, like, obviously people's personal experiences are going to be coloured by what they live around, whatever, but I actually talk to people. I have a lot of friends in the US, so I'll try and canvass their opinions and figure out what's going on. I'm not going to say I never read US sources, but when I do, I take them with a lot of salt. I know that CNN, MSNBC, whatever, are going to paint the Dems as angels that do no wrong. I know that Fox is straight out fucking propaganda. I know that OAN is literal fascist propaganda. Right? OAN, like, if you watch OAN, feel free to leave my channel. Don't come back. I don't care if I lose viewers. See you later. But the other thing is, if you actually watch different news sources, instead of believing one of them over the others...
If we're right, they'll give up. If we're wrong, they'll be in London in a week.
Cheers for the bit, Steve. And very on point with that. But yeah, like, if you do watch multiple news sources, especially if you're worried about their reliability, like American news sources, you kind of take all of them and evaluate them against each other. The saying the truth is always somewhere in the middle is perhaps an oversimplification, but it exists for a reason. So that's worth doing. But I would not rely on any one American news source, whether it's, typically associated with the Dems or typically associated with the Republicans. And I think this is part of the US's political problem, is that its news sources have become so polarized and so propagandized and so... it's such an echo chamber that, Americans will fucking full-on argue with each other over what news channel you watch. They have full-on blood feuds over what news channel you watch. Because that basically gives you your entire worldview. So I had a friend who grew up in West Virginia, and he grew up in a very deeply American conservative. We're using the American context here of conservative. Grew up in a very conservative American family, watching Fox News. When he actually got away from home, he started to question things more because his lived experience away from his hometown and away from his family and away from Fox News, his lived experience started to not match up with the view that he'd been given of the world. And it started to disagree more and more and more until he started seeking out other news sources. And the more he sought those out, the more he started to become disillusioned with Fox News until he arrived in his current position. He's still socially a little conservative, so a lot of the as people call them, woke causes, he's kind of a bit, not sure about them, but economically speaking, he's just about a socialist these days. He grew up watching Fox News in a very deeply conservative family, and as soon as he got out from that bubble, that information bubble, and started questioning why the world didn't line up with what he'd been told it did, his view changed. Like me, I was brought up in a pretty... talking about a CNN... This guy's a personal friend of mine, my dude. This is a person who exists in the real world. If you cannot fucking cope with the idea that these people actually exist somewhere other than a fucking CNN writer's article, writer's office, words are hard, then I don't know what to tell you. Clearly, I'm never going to fucking change your mind. Go turn the TV back on, sit down, enjoy Tucker Carlson. I'm not going to fucking tear you away from him any longer. This guy is a person who exists, who is a friend of mine. They exist in the real world. I have another friend who grew up in a very, again, deeply conservative family, a very religious family, like fundamentalist Christian family. And he was brought up in that kind of environment. And then he moved away from home and he started experiencing more of the world outside his bubble. And the world outside his bubble, strangely enough, didn't line up with any of what he'd been taught to expect. Didn't line up with any of it at all. And the more contact he had with the outside world, the more he realized that perhaps his upbringing wasn't the be-all and end-all. Perhaps there was something more to life than believing everything that he'd been taught by his family and by his church. Like the advanced Christian education or whatever it's called, that fucking alternative homeschooling program that people do so that they don't have to send their kids to school. That kind of shit. It gives you a very insular worldview. And if you never leave your community, if you never move out of your small town America sort of hometown, if you never move away from your family, if you never seek out contact with people outside your fucking bubble, it's never going to change. But the moment you do seek out that contact with people outside your bubble, it does change. So to circle back to something I was kind of halfway saying and then I got distracted, I used to vote. My first election I voted in, I voted for the Liberals, as in the Australian Liberal Party. You know why? Because when I was a kid, my family were reasonably well off, as in my dad was expecting to retire with a couple million. And so I was brought up in the default sort of upper middle class kid environment of, oh, poor people are poor because they don't work hard enough, or there's something wrong with them, or they did something to deserve it. They're all entitled, they just want free handouts from the government, whatever. It's not our problem to drag them up, they should fucking bootstraps. I was brought up in that kind of environment. I was brought up with the propaganda that the Liberals are good economic managers, which I now know to be completely fucking false. I was brought up with the narrative that, you know, the Liberals would protect us from swarms of illegal immigrants swamping our welfare system and destroying our country. Even though, really, they didn't do anything to stop the boats when they said they did, and even if they had, it wouldn't have made any fucking difference anyway, because the majority of drain on the welfare system in this country doesn't come from refugees or asylum seekers or whatever term you want to use based on who you vote for. It doesn't come from drug addicts. It doesn't come from single mothers with 10 kids. It comes from corporate welfare, bailouts, tax cuts. It comes from all that sort of stuff. Like, about half of our welfare burden comes from that kind of shit. Anyway, so I grew up in that sort of environment. I grew up believing that kind of shit. I went to a school where, I'm not going to say we didn't have any poor kids, but we had less poor kids because it was a fairly hard school to get into. And so I never really mixed with people of a different background to me until I left school and I moved out. And then, boy, howdy did I get a fucking wake-up call. Partly because Dad lost his job. He used to work for Nortel. Those of you who know the Ballad of Nortel know what happened to it. He was one of the last employees to get out with a package before they declared bankruptcy. So we were at a really kind of awkward position financially when it happened, because we hadn't been able to sell our previous house yet, and the property market just randomly took a shit for no reason, except the reason was that there was a fucking bubble which had been engineered by the Liberal Party, because of course there was. So my family, in short, ended up losing a lot. My parents now live on a farm. They get by, but they don't live that comfortably. Like, they're not poor, but they're not anything like what they used to be. I bounce back and forth between employment and poverty. Like, dude, I don't know why you're still here. If all you're going to do is sit there and say, oh, it's always the right's fault. No, I'm really the victim here. I don't know why you're still here. I really don't. But yeah, so I got an education because my life circumstances got completely flipped upside down and I saw things from the bottom instead of the top. So I completely changed my political views because I realized that my previous political views, which had been spoon-fed to me by the media that my family consumed, and the education I had, turned out that didn't actually line up with the real world. Certainly not the real world as I now experience it. So clearly it wasn't correct. There was something wrong with it. So I ditched it. I am not a big theory person. I don't read buckets and buckets of left-wing theory. I don't read philosophy. I don't read, like, you know, I'm not one of these people that sits here and says, I read Capital cover to cover 8 times. I haven't. I've read excerpts from it. I'm not going to claim I have all the answers, but my worldview is shaped by my world experience, my lived experience, not by being told by other people what I should believe. If you can't take someone not just nodding along with you, I mean, I can. If I couldn't, I would have fucking banned you or kicked you or something. Like, I can take that perfectly fine. I'm just saying that I'm not the one sitting here saying, oh, I can't say anything or I'm a racist. Oh, it's always the right's fault. Oh, no, it's always America that's the bad guy. Like, I'm not the one playing the victim here, my dude. Ayn Rand living on social benefits? Yep, one of the biggest hypocrites ever to walk the earth. Let's fly a 109 and suck at it, because I am terrible in this plane. Oh, I'm sure. They always love the attention. That's what they're all about, is attention. Time to go torp Bismarck. I haven't actually done any torpedo bombing in this. Oh, we should do a D520 after this, actually. Just for memes. Do a D520 flight. There should be some defiance around here. Oh, Yuki, wait until you see the cockpit. It's cursed. Like, I love the D520. but the cockpit is so cursed. It is extremely French. Not in a good way. I've never expected my viewers to share my political opinions. I know there's a few of you in chat now, I'm not talking about Pariah, but I mean there's a few of you in chat now who I know disagree with me on a lot of stuff, and that's cool. Like, if we all agreed on everything, first of all, the world would be fucking boring, and second of all, I spoke before about what happens when you never import new ideas, right? It's like all the... For example, we'll use leftist movements as an example because I'm familiar more with them. There are a lot of leftist movements that are hung up on theoretical works written 200 years ago that have never been expanded upon. Like, they think that if you do not follow Marx to the letter, or if you do not follow this or that philosopher from the 18th, 19th century to the letter, you're doing it wrong. And what a surprise, their movements always fail, because they don't bring in any new ideas, and they're trying to apply an archaic worldview, or at the very least one that's not fully relevant anymore, to our current situation. That's never going to work. You know, if you want to see what happens when you go on witch hunts over ideological purity, just look at what happened to the Soviet Union. And ironically, the one witch hunt they should have gone on, they didn't prosecute to its fullest extent, and so they were left with some of the worst vestiges of Stalin's reforms, which then eventually brought the country down. Having trouble spotting these guys. They should be around here somewhere. Of course, this thing has no rotor trim, because why would it? I always forget that when I fly the 109. Bro, where are these Defiants? Should be around here. .109's cockpit, I actually intensely dislike it. It's cramped, the instrument layout's not the best. The early 109s, like this one, don't even have artificial horizons. I mean, you're not really going to want to do IMC in a Warbird anyway, but... or like a single-engine Warbird, but especially not a 109. Politics is like religion, you can have yours, just don't try to push your opinion onto me. I don't mind discussing it. Like, I don't think... there are people whose minds will never change, right? And that's... whatever. That happens, that's to be expected, there's not much point trying. But, you know, not talking about it is harmful in a way. Because then nobody's ideas ever get challenged, nobody's ever forced to think differently or view things from a different angle. Oh shit, Spitfires. Forget the Defiance, we got the real spicy shit here. might be pilot sniped. Can't tell. We're gonna shoulder shoot my wingman there. Fuck it. Yeah, I think his pilot might be dead. Single Spitfire. We got a bunch of 109s here. We got any other Spits? I don't think we do. Oh no, we do. Hello. Have I busted my engine somehow? I shouldn't have touched a prop pitch. The 109 is really weird with that. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I really, like I said, I don't like this thing's cockpit and I don't like the way it controls. And I can never remember where I want the prop pitch lever to be in the 109E. Well, I'll say this. The biggest, like, hands down, the biggest problem you have in the US is that you have a very entrenched two-party system. Very entrenched. Your media is fucking partisan as fuck. Basically all of it. I don't think there's a single source in the US I would actually trust by itself. The whole country has been actively polarizing itself for decades at this point. Both sides are convinced they're the only ones with the answers. There's very little awareness of how things are done in the rest of the world. And a tendency to kind of forget that the rest of the world exists in certain situations. It's a very entrenched, self-reinforcing system. I mean, we have effectively a two-party system here as well. But in the US in particular, because of the way your democracy is set up, shit like the Electoral College, for instance, things like the fact that gerrymandering exists, all of this, that's not a healthy democracy. Like, doesn't matter who you vote for, that's not a healthy democracy. None of that should exist. And it's going to lead to situations like what you have now, where you have bad options, two bad options. Like I said, I would consider the Democrats to have not stood an even halfway decent candidate, probably in my lifetime. Oh. I see how this works, I think. Maybe not. Bro, I don't know. 109s are a mindfuck. Yeah, I can't get it to 25. Oh, it's a switch! It's a fucking... Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's a switch. Bruh. Bruh. We're gonna restart this one. I didn't realize, so I've got that mapped as an axis because I fly allied planes, which fucking makes sense. Yeah, it's a switch. More or less pitch. So you leave it in the middle to neutral it out. Okay, that makes sense now. That explains a lot. That explains why I've blown up so many 109 engines. Those might be our Defiance down there. Look, bro, I fly planes that win wars, not lose them. Oh, and I just blew the... Oh my god. We're switching. We're switching. I do not have the fucking ability to micromanage that thing. Why would you design a fucking plane like that? Oh my god. Okay. Takes some time to get used to, clearly. I wonder if those might be the spits, actually. No, they're Defiance. So I'm gonna get a spray as I do this. I think their turret can shoot slightly below the tail. It's not a big angle though. Try and get my wingman to actually come down and join me. What if I kill this gunner? He's out of it. You play DCS? I absolutely do. I mostly fly the MiG-21. Chronic addiction, yeah. It's a more accurate way of putting it. I need to rebind it. So I got a new HOTAS fairly recently, and I haven't rebound any controls for IL-2 yet, or the original IL-2. I also haven't rebound for Great Battles, and I have only rebound a couple planes in DCS so far. Man, we go for 3.5 hours already? Jesus. We'll do a D520 flight after this, and then I'm going to take a quick break to have something to eat, and then we'll hop over to MSFS, I think. So we're going to skip DCS today. About to buy a jet from DCS as a... are you new to flying or flight simming, or do you have a lot of experience with that? If you have experience flying stuff in other sims, particularly like World War II or older aircraft, so you know how to get out of stalls and spins, then go right ahead. If you don't have a lot of flying experience, do not buy the F-18 as your first plane. Buy the F-5, MiG-21, or MiG-19. You got some? Okay, yeah. Buy the Hornet if you like it then. The Hornet's not the most exciting thing on Earth, but it does a bit of everything. It's not a bad plane. It's me. I'm the guy stupid enough to attack a Defiant from behind. Whatever. We'll go fly the D520. No F-16. The F-16 is... Well, I mean, even the Hornet's incomplete. It's missing a lot of important features. The thing is with the modern jets, they take a lot longer to finish the modules. There's still features missing. There's features that will always be missing because they just can't get the information for it. You're going to have a lot less hands-on flying experience too. Like the Hornet and particularly the F-16, you can turn your brain off. They're easy to fly. Play DCS VR. You can play it with the hand controllers. I don't have VR personally. I haven't tried it yet for DCS. I would like to. But I have a friend that does play it with, or did play it with the hand controllers, so it is possible. It's apparently not very good though. DCS VR in general is a mixed bag. It's a very polarizing issue, which seems to be our theme today. It's either the greatest thing since sliced bread, or it's horrible, depending who you ask. D520, perfect. I'm gonna get my ass kicked here. I have not flown this thing for so long. It's a really nice looking little plane. Too bad about the cockpit. Prepare yourselves. So our gun sights are 4 to bed. Our throttle works in reverse. You pull it back to go faster. There is literally 0 rearwards visibility. And that's not even the best meme. But I can't show you at the moment, or I'll lose padlock on these guys. There are 2 airspeed indicators in this plane. Fine and coarse airspeed, as Warp calls it. One of them is for low speeds, and has like more resolution, I guess you could say. The other is for higher speeds. It's incredible. It is so French. It is such a French engineering solution. So, there's one. There's one. Like, look at this shit. That one goes to 200. This one goes up to the maximum. God, I love the French. We're gonna open the lid so I can actually see. Just in time. Oh, he's glued to me, huh? The AI seemed to struggle with pulling lead. Oh god. Not a good time to black out. Somebody's gone down. It's AI, I'm not sure if they do. I couldn't get onto any of the servers today. It's having a tantrum. Hey bud. Let's play. Why are you doing that to yourself, Chocolate? There are people out there that love you, my dude. Years ago, my girlfriend asked me, kissed me, accidentally knocked my headphones off and broke my track. Ah, yes. The track clip in all its flimsy glory. I mean, at least that's a good way to break a track IR. I would accept having a broken track IR after that. I'm not sure if I'm going to get close enough for a good shot here. I'm not... My man here's got pretty decent energy retention. We are slowly closing, it looks like. He's going to extend again. Shot something off. Did I just... No, I didn't pilot snipe him. He was extending to get speed and climb up. The AI in this game is literally smarter than I am, by a considerable margin. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. Looks like another D520. Where are the 109s? Where'd they go? They all get shot down already? I doubt it. 520. Yeah, I don't know where they've gone. They've either fucked off or they've all been shot down or crashed. Kill them all? I can't kill what I can't see, my dude. Alright, let's restart this mission. I'm trying to see how many maneuver kills I can get. Fair enough. Fair enough. Probably quite a few in, if you take a Japanese plane, you'll get lots. Lots and lots. How well does the Marlet fly here? I don't know, I've never flown it. Maybe we could do that after the 520. The gun sounds in this are quite decent. Thinking behind a reverse throttle? I don't know. But the Italians did it as well. It's a continental European thing, I guess. It's probably based on some tradition. Oh no. Oh, not the sun. Imagine being blinded by the sun in DCS. Can't even. Look here, you little shit. Fucking straighten out, please. Oh, not the sun. A bit close. Yep, the AI in this are amazing in dogfights. Kind of crap at most other things, but amazing at dogfights. They cover each other, they dive from the sun. Really, really good AI. Easily better than any of the modern flight sims. This guy's gonna probably stall me out here. Is that one of ours? Or one of theirs? Can't tell. Shut up, Saber. Shut up. Keep disengaging on me, cowards. That's, I think, the D520. I think. Yep. Yeah, 109's left or something? Don't know. Got an airstrip somewhere around here I can land? That looks like one there. Yo, it has rudder trim. I forgot about that. Happy days. There's an airfield down there too. We'll take the big one because I'm not confident in my landing skill in this. By the way, I'm pointed towards the town, so rip those guys, but that's my trigger. The trigger is what would be the brake paddle in a British or Soviet plane, and the fucking wheel brakes are that button. The big red button is the wheel brakes. Why are they like this? Yeah, the Tomahawk here is really nice. That's a hill. We're gonna bounce over, probably. Boing. 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 Whoa, no, 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 no. You keep your tail back. This cockpit is such a fucking bizarre thing. I love it. That, I think, is the manual gear handle or something. There's your flaps. There's your gear. There's your throttle. Trim. Where's the mixture? The mixture's somewhere stupid, isn't it? Actually, does this even have mixture? I don't remember. That's the engine starter down there. Like, what the fuck? Such a weird plane. Why am I still watching? Oh, what, I'm playing Civ 6? Oof. We're gonna do a quick flight in the, one moment. We'll do a flight in the Martlet, which I have never flown before, so I don't expect much. I like the C202 as well. I've flown it on stream a few times, but not for a long time. Like I said before, I don't stream this very often because it's such a pain in the ass to get it working. Zero has a trigger on the throttle? Holy shit. Interesting design choice. Let's go with the default. Change the markings on it next time I fly it. I like that you can change your serial number and shit in this too. Like, you can really customize your plane's appearance in this sim to a degree that you can't in most, which is quite cool. Oh shit, I took some hits there. That ain't gonna be good for me. Blow my engine up. Yeah, only my left wing guns are working, because that landed smack bang on the right wing guns. Yeah, flying iron, I think. So they're working on 109 as well. Where'd everyone go? It's a bad noise. Probably because I was running the engine a bit hard. Oh yeah, that's a bad noise. Fuck it. Fuck it. We'll start the flight again. Oh, not good, not good, not good. Yeah, the AI can't judge lead, it looks like, so they just miss if the target's in a turn at all. Come on, get your nose around. I think they reused some of the sound files, they're pretty similar. I actually have an easier time understanding the German ones than the English ones, because the English ones are so quiet, and the guy has like a really tough accent. It's another Martlet. It's another Martlet. It's a 109. I don't think it does. I think I just blew my engine again. I'm not good at this. I'm decidedly not good at this. No oil pressure. Uh-oh. Yeah, I probably am. See how these guys are going. Oh, his engine's conked out as well. She had a cannon shell go off right behind him. Interesting ground physics at work. Yeah, the gyros tumble really easily in this. Oh, this is rude. War crimes. Oh, that was me that got strafed. That was fucking rude. Well, now we definitely know we're gonna have engine problems. How the flyby camera sounds in this. Yeah, not the best. Right, well, on that note, I'm going to take a break for a little while. I'm going to get myself something to eat. I'll be back in probably about 15-20 minutes, something like that, and we'll do some MSFS. I need to play Cliffs of Dover more. It's really nice. It's just, I can't stream it very often. And if I can't get it to stream very often, then I usually won't bother. I just realized I missed a fuck ton of chat, so I'm gonna just go up and answer stuff. I hope you guys are still here that ask questions. How do you rate Su-27 for DCS? It's okay. It's not that fun to fly, to be honest. Okay, so it's effective to fly, and it's fun when you disengage the fly-by-wire. But with the fly-by-wire on, it's really tame. It handles kind of like a Su-25, except fast. So I find the MiG-29 much more fun to actually fly, but the Su-27 is generally more effective because, you know, more missiles, more fuel, slightly better radar, and better situational awareness with the data link. So it's alright, but I prefer the 29. Done any World War I combat? Yep, I used to play Rise of Flight pretty intensely when it came out. Was there people online? There were 14-ish people on the Dynamite campaign server that I played on last time I did this on stream. I tried connecting like 3 or 4 times, I just couldn't get in, so gave up on it. I didn't want to delay the stream even more. I'd already delayed it by like an hour setting up my binds, so... MS-406 is fucking ugly. I really don't like the 406. I'm gonna be honest. The 520 is like pretty much the only early war French fighter I like the looks of. Single engine anyway, they got some nice twins. World War II asset pack and channel map worth it for the flash sale, or should I swerve them? I honestly don't know, Rob. I don't really fly much World War II DCS stuff. There's not many places to fly it. The channel map is... I'm going to maybe have a spicy opinion here. Wow, how off-brand for me. I think channel's better than Normandy. I don't like the Normandy map very much. I am not the biggest fan of the way Ugra does things. Like, their ground textures look really washed out and samey and bleh. So I prefer channel. But even channel has some issues, so... I mean, it's okay, I guess, but if you've got literally anything else DCS that you want to buy that instead. It's probably not worth it. Anyway, be right back. Food. Oh, the VG-33? I'm trying to remember which one that is. Hang on, let me have a look. Yeah, that's a nice looking plane. I like that plane. Okay, that's 2 then. That and the D520. I do not remember who made it SIF, but I doubt it. Kharkiv mostly made tanks themselves. I don't remember if they made armaments. I can't remember. Actually, 2A42 was on the BMP. 2A72 was a more modern gun. And the 2A42 was Gryazev Shipunov. I don't remember which factory was associated with that OKB though. No, it's not what it's designed for, but how will the DCS-A-15 be in air-to-air? It'll be okay. It's got a good radar, it can carry a lot of missiles, it's reasonably fast and maneuverable. It's not going to be as good as an F-15C in terms of kinematics. The fast packs are going to, ironically, slow it down. And you won't be able to remove the fast packs because that's never done in service. So it'll be pretty decent, but I wouldn't say it's going to be a world beater. Know how Action teased the OGM1? Someone asked the question M1A2. I'm not surprised. I'm honestly not surprised. Two A42s from Tula? Yeah, that makes sense. It's where most guns of that size come from. Late nomenclature is so confusing. It's not late, it's just separate. Separate is the GRAU index, which is the Head Artillery Directorate. So for some weapons you tend to use the GRAU index primarily, like for instance 2A46 for some reason is almost always referred to as the 2A46, even though it has a normal name which is the D81T. There's a lot of guns like that. Yeah, the 2A72 is used on the Mi-28, I think. That's the only thing it's used on. Because the Kar-50 has a 2A... Well, it might be used on the Kar-52 maybe, but the Kar-50 original was 2A42. BMP-2 was 2A42. The BMP-3, I'm not sure. It might have a 72. I don't remember. The BMP-3 is moving towards the edge of my knowledge because it's pretty late. Like, my knowledge of equipment kind of tapers off rapidly after about 1985. BM-57 is probably Ukrainian design. Like, Ukraine have done a lot of domestic stuff after the dissolution of the Soviet Union that I don't know about. It's really weird because a lot of it's based on Soviet equipment. So you get like, what was it, the BTR-4? And it looks like a BTR, like a normal 8-wheel BTR. Except it's got this tall as fuck unmanned turret on top of it. And the front end looks more like a... Fuck, what's the German one? With the windows. It looks like one of them. Also, today I learned that the light up thing around the top of the Constellation is actually made of rubber. It flexes. Ooh. Very fancy. BM57 is the primary 57mm cannon on the BMP3. But the BMP3 doesn't have a 57mm cannon. The BMP3 is a 100mm low pressure gun and a 30mm. No, it's... Wait, am I fucking something up here? I'm quite certain. Unless we're talking two different BMP3s. If there's a Ukrainian thing called a BMP3, then it's completely different. A Soviet-designed, Russian-built BMP3 has a 100mm low pressure gun, a 30mm autocannon, and a PKT. Any other configuration is some modern shit that I have no clue about. No, I'm just eating. I'm having a lunch break. I don't want to get you guys with the horrific sights and sounds of me consuming food. If it ain't broke... I'm tempted to resume the Great Journey at this point, but I don't know if I want to be streaming for that much longer today, so we won't do it this stream, but maybe next MSFS stream we'll continue it, and I'll just have to have the mods on watch out for anyone fucking starting shit in the chat, because I don't want to have that. I don't want no spicy takes when that flight happens. Bad enough when I'm the one making spicy takes. Did I just see you put a definite article in front of Ukraine? Did I see that correctly? Did I see the word "the"? I just like to say that I'm not sure if I'll be able to attend your funeral, Sif, because I'm going to be pretty busy working this week. Oh, good save. Good save. I'm just going to fetch a cup of tea and then we'll be back into it. Strikers have a lot of tech that's possibly not compatible with what they use. I'm sure they can figure something out. The big issue with incompatibilities is aircraft, IFF in particular. That's been the big issue with the rumoured MiG-29 acquisition from NATO countries, either Poland or Slovakia, depending who you talk to. They use completely different IFS systems, different nav systems. The instrumentation in NATO aircraft is in Imperial, not metric. So there's a lot of adaptation that needs to happen there. But with ground vehicles, it should be much easier. Because you don't need to worry about IFS shit. Yeah, you don't use a definite article to refer to the modern country of Ukraine, because saying the Ukraine implies the region of the Soviet Union or Russian Empire, depending on time period. So you just say Ukraine, because that is the name of the country. And it might not seem like much, but it... I have seen fights start over that shit, my dude. Don't fuck around with it. Applied to other regions? I mean, Russian doesn't even have a definite article, so it's an English terminology thing anyway. Like, in the Soviet Union, you wouldn't refer to the Ukraine, because there is no word for the in Russian. You would just say Ukraine. The Siberia is a weird one. I've never seen that, but that would be either an English construction or something translated to English from a third language. But yeah, it wouldn't be Russian. Yeah, all those other Siberias out there, it gets very confusing. Alright, we're gonna pray that this fucking works, because, It might not. It might not, I'm not going to lie to you. But, get MSFS running. It should hopefully hook the correct window. Hopefully there's no residual IL-2 stuff running in the background. We are going to attempt to fly an Airbus H125, which reminds me, I should actually unhook the spring on my pedals. So give me a moment. Done. God, I love crosswinds. I don't know how the flight model on this is. I don't know if it even is going to work after Sim Update 9. We will see. Some were more sketchy than others, super. This one was made by the same guys that did the 145, I think, and that is apparently okay. So we'll see how we go. Anyway, I don't know if Ben's in chat today, but we are going to be checking out his suggestion, which is all the ways to the southeast. I found some custom scenery for it. Oh, okay. Fuck. It hung for like 2 seconds at the spot where it was crashing to desktop before on the load bar. I was very scared for a moment there. Very scared. T-55 sighting in the wild? I'm not that surprised. There's plenty of them about. We're already sitting on the ground with the engine running because I have no idea how to start this thing. No idea how to helicopter in general. Only single controls, that's interesting. I don't know if this is going to have functioning trim. We appear to be stuck to the ground. What does it use for? No, my fucking collective's moving. It's just not responding. It's like it... No, I think it shouldn't have any wheel chocks on. I wonder if it just doesn't work with Sim Update 9. Which is possible. Or I don't have something installed properly. Well, that's a disappointment. Let's try a different one. I could always use fixed wing for this, but I kind of want to use a helicopter. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Really weird. Let's try the 135. Maybe that will behave. Got full liveries. Let's stick with default, I guess. Actually, that one looks good. Weight and balance. 50% fuel, we'll bump it up to 65. We're probably not going to need that much anyway. So I haven't flown any helicopters in MSFS since before Sim Update 9, and the ones I did fly were all free mods. So, I mean, these are free mods too. This is made by the guys that did the 145, but it's a free mod. So, If the 125 is by them too, I think it was. Blue Force tracking, like, it doesn't matter. You don't need that to be super effective in the vehicle. I mean, it helps, but, like, the vehicle will operate without Blue Force tracker. And if they don't want the Ukrainians getting their hands on that, and to be honest, why would they care? They've already given them fucking javelins. All they have to do is strip it out. Not that hard to do. Oh no. Oh. Oh no. Okay, let me just magically restart my engine there. Okay. I feel like they could have used more polys here. Like, this is right next to your head. You're gonna notice it straight away. I'm surprised they didn't round out the silhouette more. Same with the edge of the instrument panel there. It's not 2005 anymore, my dudes. You can splash some fucking polys around. Okay. So, if we set it back on its skids... I don't know if this is meant to have some kind of auto rudder, but it's acting like it has auto rudder. Oh. Says engine 2 fail. Oops. Let's just go... Oh, no, 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 no. I don't want that. Aircraft config. Back. Shit. Okay, I can only do that when I'm on the ground, I guess. Go away, autopilot. Go away, autopilot. There we go. So yeah, the flight model is very... raily, shall we say. Which I'm kind of not surprised by, to be honest. I'm pulling so much torque out of that one engine. I wonder, can I... This is probably going to kill me, but... actually... Oh, something just happened. There we go. But it looks like it's still only pulling from the one engine. Okay, the other one's spooling now. There we go. Sikorsky's R4. I don't think anyone's made it yet. I mean, maybe they have, but I haven't seen it. That's where we're going over that. That's turbulence that's starting to affect us. Kind of wish I'd taken the doors off. Although I think it means the back doors, not the front cabin doors. Whoop, hello. So I'm not sure how the flight model on the payware one is. I don't know if it's any different or if it's just the same as this. This one feels very on rails, which is kind of understandable because the sim doesn't really natively support helicopters, but like it's really noticeable. Now this aircraft is supposed to have some kind of autopilot or stabilization system. Unlike the DCS Gazelle, it's meant to actually be like modern with kind of like good authority. Whereas the Gazelle's just meant to have a stab org like pretty much any other helicopter, like the Hind or like the Mi-8 has. So I don't know. I don't know how accurate this handling is. I've obviously never flown a helicopter in real life, let alone one of these, but it does feel very raily. And I'm flying with basically no pedal input. It just tracks straight. In order to make it less susceptible to turbulence, like huge gyro inertia? I don't know. I don't know. That's above my physics ability to answer on the fly. There we go. We have arrived. Welcome to Brocken. Not just a TV tower, but also the site of a former Stasi listening post. There was also a small Soviet army contingent up here. Which was the westernmost deployment of Soviet troops in Europe. There's also a narrow gauge railway, which is that line down there, that runs up the tourist select to ride on. We flew over the train. We'll probably do another pass on it. I'm not sure what that is down there, if that's a scenery issue or if that's actually a thing. I think it might be a scenery issue, a monolith or something. Yeah, I know, right? I really like Postscriptum, but even a couple of years ago when I last played it, it had barely any active servers, which is really a shame. So nowadays there's a museum up here. There's also a hotel. Yeah, I saw they reworked the armor. Oh, that was interesting. Bit of scenery pop there. But there's our little narrow gauge railway. It's also, and prior to the Cold War, it was a weather station. So they got a bit of everything up here. I think it's either the highest point in Germany or well, not the highest point in Germany, but the highest point in northern Germany, sorry. So it's a good spot for it. And it has a pretty nice view. Oh, that's interesting. If I bank and then might just be the turbulence. I was gonna say it's kind of stepping to the left, but might just be turbulence. Hell Let Loose is taking the lead. Yeah, Hell Let Loose is okay, but I kind of preferred Postscriptum because it's more like autism-friendly. Like, more historically accurate and shit. Hell Let Loose is fun to play, but it triggers me in a few things. So I had to uninstall my freeware Huey I had because it was causing the sim to crash, which is a shame because although it flew very bizarrely at low speeds, it was actually kind of fun to fly. This is very, well, like I said, it's railsy, which is partly probably due to the flight model and partly due to the fact it's just a modern helicopter with a lot of assists built into it. Not raw enough for me. Anyway, we'll go see what that monolith down there is, if that's actually a bug or if it's meant to be there. It's probably a bug. And then we'll hop in something else. Depending what time I knock off work the day before my day off, if I have a day off this week, hopefully I will. We might do squad for the next stream, like for the bonus stream I mean. Armor stream will be happening as usual, but that'll just be armor only. We might do some squad through the week. It's looking like I'm probably not going to get Tuesday off this week, but I might get Thursday instead. Hey, Breedle! Just a raid, man. Good to see you. Hope you had a good stream. Oh, that was a bug. Okay. Good to know. Says broken LODs on something. Anyway, we're buzzing around northern Germany at the moment. We're about to land and swap out to something else. Did some Cliffs of Dover earlier. I couldn't get into multiplayer. It wasn't behaving, but did a little bit of flying at least. Thought you'd be flying that 737? Oh, I know. I had to stop myself. I was so desperate. I have honestly no interest in it. If it was if it was a vintage 737, like when the 737 first came out, I would fly it. But modern 737s, nah, dude. I can't think of anything I want to fly less. Plus, I have it on good authority that, like many aircraft in this sim, and especially the fucking airliners, it doesn't really stall. Not properly, anyway. Oh, this is pretty. Okay, so that LOD issue was a castle. Interesting. I love the 727. What's up with the 737? It's a tube liner and it's from a popular developer, so it's generated a shit ton of hype. And the MSFS category is pretty much just 737s as far as the eye can see since release. Interesting. It's a magical castle. Where does that scenery come from? I'm gonna have to fix that. I wonder where that scenery... Oh, there we go. What the fuck? Bruh. Bruh. Fucking Arnanurb magic. That was really weird. And I don't think I have any castle scenery for this area, so that surely must be default. By the way, you can see here where the river has changed course. And so there's cars driving on it, because that's actually a road. Right there, that's actually a road. In fact... I think this should all be road. That strip definitely should be. There is some fucky shit going on here. 50s or 60s, a Soviet jetliner? Fucking oath I would. I would absolutely fly one of those. I might even fucking learn to start it up from cold. Yeah, it might be the world update. It's, in which case it's just weird that that terrain popped in like that. 707, that would be nice. Or the fucking Convair, what was it, the Model 9-4 something? The Fast Boy with the anti-shock bodies? I'd like to see one of those. There's a fountain there. Yeah, it's probably part of the world update. I've got to watch out for my rotor blade here. I don't know how big my rotor disc actually is in this thing. It's probably just about enough to squeeze in here, if I'm careful. Oh shit! Okay, we're not landing here. We're not landing here. It's cursed. It's cursed. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I saw you use that S word, Rob. I saw that. I'd really like to see Felis's 154 come over to MSFS. There's a guy also working on a 134 for this. It's looking pretty decent. There's also a really nice Antonov 24 being worked on for X-Plane. Sadly not for this. What town are we flying around? I don't actually know. We're just southeast of Brocken in northern Germany. I went up to see the actual mountaintop itself, and then we just popped down here. It's the best career mod for MSFS. I'm not the person to ask for that. I've heard good things about On Air, but I haven't tried any of that stuff yet, so like I said, I'm not the best person to ask. Is this gonna have a solid roof, I wonder? I got the collective all the way down, by the way, and it's like the helicopter doesn't care, so yeah. Not real sure about the FM. Yep, I can land on this. This is solid. There's our castle, and then back up that way. Oh, it's actually concealed by the hilltop, but Brocken is back that way. Cool, let's hop in something else. I'll be able to tell you what this town is in a second. It was... Let's Brocken there. So it is Wernigerode. Oh, you meant to pronounce the trailing. Wernigerode. Southwest of Halberstadt. Now, Where is... Fulda. Oh. Oh, there's some airstrips around there. Okay, so from Fulda... Where was it? Was it down here? No. What's the name of the fucking village? I'm trying to find Point Alpha. It's somewhere around here. I just don't remember where exactly. I think it's that far south. It's like up this way. Geyser. Here. It's something here, I think. Or was it? Here we go. Geismar Setzelbach. This is it. So anyone who's played Gunner Heat PC, this is Point Alpha right here. Right here. That is almost directly east of Hunfeld, northeast of Fulda. Let's go from... Why the fuck? What? Excuse me, what? Go home, Runway, you're drunk. Let's fly from here. Let's take something different. I kind of want to take this, but I have a bad habit of overstressing it. Because I think it's some negative G limit and or its overspeed threshold is set too low. And I haven't figured out how to change its flight model yet because I think it's encrypted. We don't have enough runway for this boy. Also, the afterburner's not working after Sim Update 9. Well, it is working, but not properly. Fuck it. Let's do it anyway. I need to get some more liveries for this as well. I think they actually added some. I seem to recall there being less than this. Oh no, actually no. They didn't, I'm just dumb. Let's take this one. Let's fill her up to about 80%. We don't want to be full because we've got a fairly short runway. And we're going to make our registration slightly more appropriate for what we are flying in and where we're flying. Okay. It's probably going to auto start me because this airfield doesn't appear to have ramp starts, which is something I don't really like about MSFS. I wish you could just place the aircraft down and have it cold start wherever you place it. I don't know if there's a way to adjust the starting height when you click a custom spawn point, but if there is, I haven't figured it out yet, so it's something that would be very useful. $990, yeah, Convan 990. That's the one I'm thinking of. That would be... Oh my god, it actually... No, you're kidding. It's a glider base, that's why. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Give me all the flaps, please. All of them. I've got to be real with you, boys. I don't think we're gonna make this one. I really don't think we're gonna make this one. You just go down here and turn that shit on. That should already be open. The flap sounds on this are wrong. It should be pneumatic flaps. There are a few things, like this is a nice little aircraft, but there are a few things on this that really need looking at, need redoing. We're gonna stand on the brakes, and we're just gonna fucking send it. Oh, oh, okay. Interesting. We'll take it. That was a really short takeoff run, especially for 80% fuel. This is not a light aircraft. Well, not in that sense. And we want to head more or less northeast. We also want to not thrash the shit out of the engine. So this is just all auto-gen. I do have quite a lot of German cities in photogrammetry, but nothing around here. This part of the world has unfortunately escaped the notice of photogrammetry modders. I don't even know if Google has photogrammetry of this area, to be honest. Hey, Lumber. Again. So there's Fulda. I didn't check the identifier. Let's have a look at the VFR map, that'll tell us. Or it should tell us. Yep. EDIJ. Yeah, I think that was actually a custom airfield, maybe. Because it actually had a bare strip in the grass where the markings were. So, a few things you'll notice in this aircraft. The pneumatic gauge has some interesting behavior. I don't think it actually works as a pneumatic gauge. The accelerometer is weird. If you pull positive G, it goes into the negatives. If you pull negative G, it goes into the positives, and it's zeroed at 0. I don't know if they realize that this is meant to be an accelerometer or what, but like that's what it's meant to be. It appears to work, it's just not centered correctly and it's inverted. The slip ball when this came out was inverted. It took me the longest time to realize why this aircraft was so annoying to fly, and then I realized it was because the slip ball was going the wrong way. That has been fixed, so good work, Nemeth. Now please fix the rest. This I think is yaw rate rather than slip. That hill looks kind of familiar. Looks kind of familiar, doesn't it? Right there. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that that is Setzelbach off my nose. Yep, this should be Point Alpha. See if we can spot what's left of the Inter-German border. I don't think there's a lot left of it in this area. It's part of the state boundary between Thüringen and whichever one's next to it. Next to Thuringia, I can't recall. Brain dead. But you can kind of see it, because there is kind of a border there still. Just not what it used to be. My nav could be off, by the way. It could be like 1 or 2 valleys over. I should have double checked, but whatever. We know roughly where we are. It's good enough. But that does look like Setzelbach, with the forked road at the end. And then the inner-German border, if we are where I think I am, would have run like down here. And it kind of cuts into the town and then cuts back out. Alright, Chocolate. Catch you later, man. Have a good sleep. Actually, you know what? I think I have the stupid... I think I might have that backwards. Because the big mountain is on the eastern side of town. I don't know, dude. I need to have the Point Alpha map open so I can compare them as I go. But we're in the right area anyway. Is this the scenery? This is just default in this area. We're just trying to figure out where Gonna Heat PC's map is, or one of the maps, the Point Alpha one. Should be very close by here, if we haven't gone over it already. The terrain here, I mean this is Germany, not Poland, but the terrain here reminds me a lot of the Livonia map from Arma 3. Very similar. Lots of hills, lots of forests. Lots of, like, little hamlets. I really like that map. I wish we got to play it more. Might need to do another DayZ Livonia playthrough sometime. Actually, I should probably play Contact on stream. I played it off stream, but I've never played it on stream. It was a lot of fun. Like, despite the memes, Contact was actually a pretty decent DLC. The Ak-18 is such a nice little plane. There's a mod for it in DCS, but it's a private mod one of the aerobatics teams uses. Kinda hope it gets released someday, because it'd be really cool to have, just to fly around. There appears to be something funky going on with my shadow. I guess it's just LRDs. So there's a few things in the cockpit that need fixing. I think the flight model still needs some tweaking. It also could use some new sounds. The sounds are rather uninspiring, and like I said, they're wrong for the flaps. Really nice little plane though. I actually found one for sale, not here, it was in the US, but well beyond anything I will ever be able to afford, unfortunately. Yeah, I know it is. Temps are okay though. We're not running the engine that hard. What that is, that might be the outside temp. Do I have oats? I don't know if I have oats. That could be it. Actually no, that's my oats right there. It's about 11 degrees outside. They look so much better than mine. Have a 3080 Ti. I think I'm just running it on like custom high sort of settings. It's pretty decent around areas like this, but if I fly over a really heavy photogrammetry area, my frame rate drops, like, off a cliff. So I probably have my settings up quite a bit higher than most people would. I value the game looking pretty over smooth performance. I don't mind, like, sub 60 FPS, I don't mind sub 30 sometimes, but, you know. If it starts freezing and stuttering, it's annoying, but I don't mind a little bit of performance drop in favor of visuals. I just realized why flying this feels so funny. I forgot to put my pedal spring back on. I was like, the rudder feels really mushy today. What's going on with that? Mystery fucking solved. Again though, this is why I love the crosswinds. All I have to do is just hop under the desk, hook them back up. accelerometer just said you went to HE. Don't think that's right at that speed. It's probably too sensitive. It's probably not calibrated at all. Let's try it again, and hopefully not overstress the plane. Because like I said, this thing is pretty sensitive. We're going to need some speed and a lot of nose up, because this thing does not like rolling. Which is kind of weird, because it is aerobatic rated. It's an aerobatic trainer. Oh yeah, what the... Yeah, no, that's not right at all. I don't know what's going on with this accelerometer, but it is very, very not right. Also, I have to use a lot of rudder to get the nose out of that. Otherwise, the plane just spears in. Like, it really loses a lot of altitude when you do a roll. Let's go land in a field. Do it and watch again. What the fuck? Yeah, that's really odd. I don't know, dude. It has some bugs that need fixing, that's for sure. Try and figure out where I should land. This one in front of me looks alright. I know we're outside wide arc, but on the real aircraft these flaps are going to be pushed back up by the airflow anyway, so you can't really overspeed them. I also, and get off this hill, I also need to bind my brake lever axis. Now I think about it, I don't think I've done that yet. There's our parking brake. Let's just hop over to controls options. And then brake. There isn't an axis for both brakes, it looks like. There's only an axis for left and right. Which is very annoying. Increment brake pressure. Yeah, like, that's not gonna work. I guess we'll just have to use the fucking toe brakes. It's very annoying. Alright, let's do another flight and something else. And I think we might call it a stream after that, because it's been it's only been 5.5 hours, which is kind of short by my standards, but I'm pretty tired today. Pretty tired. I know where we'll fly. And I think I know what will fly. If I can find it. So this is the freeware one. The cockpit could be better. This is the payware one. Although I kind of feel like flying the Widgie. I kind of do feel like flying the Widgeon. Yeah, let's do the Widgeon. Widgie's nice. Got a bunch of liveries for this. Decisions. I like that one, but I also kind of like this one. It's got an interesting contrast on it. Let's just take like 80%. Weather's going to be a little spicy, that's okay. We will make it morning. Why is it called only Grumman? What? It's just the manufacturer. So Grumman G44A Widgeon, Grumman Goose 21A, Grumman JRF Goose. Some of the aircraft descriptions are bugged out though, like some of them are named after the developer that made the module, and some of them are named after particular liveries that somehow hijacks the information panel, and so you only see what the livery is called, not the actual plane. Oh, in the livery screen? Who knows? Oh, I need some caffeine, dude. I'm so fucking tired. I didn't even get to bed that late last night, and I got a decent amount of sleep. I'm just fucked. So we'll see if the nuke mission's running tomorrow. We'll see if I'm awake in time to fly it. I might fly the 21 this time. Really, I should fly the 19, but I need to get back into the 21. Like, I haven't readjusted to the new stick with it at all, so I'm pretty crap at the 21 now, but I'm better than I used to be in the 19. It took a while to load in. Might take a while to load in general, because I have photogrammetry around here. Very detailed photogrammetry. But it's worth it. The view is spectacular. Frames usually recover once it's finished loading. Let me just... okay, tail wheel unlocked. Where's my battery? It's a cool instrument panel is what it is. There's my battery. Okay. Oh, a little stuttery with the sound again. Mixture, rich, fuel valves on. Put the crossflow on too, because why not? Don't need the carby heat just yet. Actually, let's. Excuse me, Miss. Let's turn the cabin light off because it's a bit too bright. The Widgeon, I think, is interwar originally, but they were pretty commonly upgraded for civvy use after the war. It's a Grumman G44 Widgeon Saber. Oh, okay, I see how that works. Okay. We're gonna just kind of advance out the left throttle a bit. That frame rate, man. Fuck. It's probably because I'm streaming, it doesn't like it. Yep, that one's running. That was simple. Get your little anchor compartment in there. Your passenger compartment there, you can open up your little hatch and everything. Not much to it. The upholstery reminds me of my grandma's basement. Parking brake. There's your exterior view. Interesting fucking taxiway design. Parking area, whatever the fuck this is. I think it's a taxiway, just a really narrow one. We'll just cut across the grass here. I don't know, I kind of like the contrast between the turquoise and the orange. Like, it's an interesting scheme. The weather is not as bad as I was expecting. Sometimes when it's slightly cloudy, it shows it as full overcast. We're also possibly going to have to fight with the gear here, because the gear mechanization on this is interesting. Just not going to take off with any flaps. Don't really need them, we got a shitload of runway. And we're up. No, it's hydraulic, but it's weird. Like, you have to isolate the system for certain things. It sounds like they're coming up, at least. Oh, don't do this crackling shit to me again, MSFS. All I ask is one stream with no MSFS issues. One stream. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, wheels are up. Why does it do this to me? It's like when we were flying the Goose, remember it was doing the same shit? You're supposed to in the Tomcat, but you don't have to, or at least it's not simulated in DCS. But this is different, as in, like, the flaps and gear won't work unless you do it. Like, there's a specific order you have to do shit in, otherwise it literally will not move. I'm sorry about the audio stuttering, guys. I have no idea what's causing it. It's the fucking second time I've dealt with this problem. Oh my god. We're gonna restart the flight. We're gonna restart the flight. I can't fucking have that. Hopefully it'll go away, but I don't know if it will. I don't know what causes it. The sim's running kind of badly as well. It only does this on stream. Like, it literally only does this on stream. I have no issues at all with this sim off stream, but when I stream it, fucking nothing works. I don't like that it's hitching already. That's a bad sign. It's a really bad sign. Encoding overloaded. Well, it should be encoding on my GPU at the moment, so maybe that's what's going on. I'm just going to be a shitter and do the auto start on it, because I already had it up and running before. Oh, can I do that? Yeah, I can. Okay. Oh my god. Maybe this was a bad idea flying here, because it's just about unplayable. What the fuck? Something really fucked is going on now with the auto start procedure. Give me a minute, guys. Give me a minute. I'm gonna try and check something on OBS. I can't reset it without ending the stream, but... yeah, it's locked to 60 FPS, so it's not unlimited. I don't know. I should check and see if MSFS is locked. I think I've got this locked to 30? I don't know. We'll have a look. I'll fly around Chicago sometime. It probably does super, but I don't know. I don't know. That's not what I want. What I want is general options, graphics, frame rate limit at 60. Yeah, it's 60. It might be the scenery. It probably is the scenery, which is annoying, because this is a really pretty area to fly over normally. I would like to save it, but like, at the moment, I'm gonna be real, I can't commit to play anything with anyone, because I have so little free time at the moment. and so little ability to actually commit to stuff that I don't want to say, yes, I'll do it, and then not be able to. But the campaign is really fun. Like, the co-op campaign's really fun. I don't... Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to be able to fly over here. I think this is too graphics intensive, which is a shame. It works fine as long as I'm not streaming. If I switched over to CPU... No, I don't... Well... Maybe, but I don't think that's going to help, because the issue isn't the graphics, the issue is the photogrammetry is probably not very well optimized. But the, Yeah, I'll leave the beacon on. What was I saying? We won't turn that on, because it makes a squeaky noise, which kind of gets on my nerves. I wonder if I switched OBS to CPU encoding if it would fix it. I mean, I can't without restarting the stream, and then that would fuck up DCS, but I wonder. Because remember, I was having endless problems before where MSFS and DCS didn't like the same encoding settings, which they probably still don't. That's all set. That's all set. We'll try it for a bit. You want my cat? She won't shut up. That'd be a bit difficult getting her out here, though. Panel lights don't really seem to be doing much. Oh, probably because I'm meant to use these ones. I don't know if they're going to show up in the day. I'm not actually sure. There's probably a way to do it, but I haven't checked. And to be honest, I'd forget to set it until after I was already playing anyway, because I already forget to switch shit around on my config. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's going to happen again. It's weird, though, that it affects the audio. Really weird that it affects the audio. Like, that's not the stream audio, that's my audio. It shouldn't bother it, you would think. Little bouncy. That's gonna do the exact same shit, I think. Especially if I look around. Fuck, that pisses me off. Maybe once we get a little further over. Cable car? I don't know what that is. It's kind of like a cable car. Game capture. I think. I'm nearly at red line speed because I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. Yeah, we can't fly over the fucking Canaries. Wonderful, thank you, Ms. Fizz. So next time, if I want to stream here, we'll have to fucking switch to CPU encoding. Oh, man. It would be nice to just have my shit work for one stream. One stream. That's all I ask. A single stream where shit just fucking works. Let's go somewhere else. I'm sure we'll have the same problem no matter where we fucking go. It's weird though, because remember we did a stream over fucking Santiago where my performance was as bad, if not worse, and I did not have any audio stuttering there. None. So it just makes no fucking sense at all to me. Absolutely fucking zero. You know where I've never been? Iceland. I very much doubt there'll be any photogrammetry for anywhere up here, but we'll see how we go. Also be interesting taking a 104 up here, because I did fly from here. Let's use the parking here. And we'll go with that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm using a game capture. Orbex has a free Iceland mesh product. I'll have to check that out. A bit late to do it for this stream, but I'll have to check it out. We might be able to do some more flying around here in the future. Switching between game and window capture and running OBS as admin could fix it for you. I think I run OBS as admin, but I'll have to double check. Window capture I'll have to check as well. Okay. No more stuttering, please. Well, it looks like it's running a bit better at least. Oh, hello. Just casually walk through my plane, as you do. Battery. Oh, no. Pumps. No, not those. That. Won't worry about the fans. We'll crank these up, although I don't know if they're even working. Just double check that. Okay, that's cranked all the way up anyway. Cheers for the link. Yeah, I'll grab that after the stream. Okay, that should be everything. Bring the throttle back and get started. Kind of wish more aircraft in the sim gave you as much, you know, temperament starting up as real aircraft tend to, particularly ones with older piston engines. Some modules, like the 247, are a fuck to get running, but most of them are no issues. You might want to watch out there. Splat. Probably should have turned that on before the avionics. Oopsies. Oh, and we got a traffic jam on the runway. Love to see it. My dude, does this look like a road to you? Get out of here. was a much cleaner takeoff than the last one. I'm gonna move the view down a bit so I can see my instruments a little better. Yeah, it was a runway. Where? I didn't see it. Maybe there was. You expect me to pay attention to runway markings? What do you think this is, real life? Oh, she bumpy. She bumpy. Who put that there? Okay, okay. Fine. Okay, it wasn't an active runway. How was I going to see that X from where I was parked, though? It's not my fault. They should design their runway markings better. The world is my runway. I kind of feel like we should have actually brought the 104 so we could get some good performance up over these mountains, climb up to altitude and check the place out. This is nice and chill to fly though. When the sim doesn't freeze on me, that is. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna default that position, move that up a bit, and angle that down. There we go. Actually no, we'll angle it off, so I'm looking straight ahead. Basically a baby goose. Baby goose with inlines instead of radials. I'm not sure how I feel about developers using the fucking heat blur effects on the exhaust of piston engine aircraft. Like, it's not that strong. Flames from the exhausts, especially at night, sure, but that? Nah. Especially not from smaller engines. Yeah, it is. Very cute little plane. I used to fly here more often. God damn. I don't know if it's modelled, but good thing I caught that. Watching a video last night of people reacting to 343 Guilty Spark level from Halo C for the first time. It's hilarious. Oh dude, the first time I played it, it's fucked. I got lost. I got lost for like an hour and a half. It was so bad. Should have started that climb just a little earlier. But wait, it gets worse. One of the most aptly named level transitions I've ever seen. There's Reykjavik down there. Man, that is some gorgeous scenery. God damn. Yep, Iceland. My dudes, I would like to keep going, but I am so fucking tired, I'm actually contemplating taking an old man nap. This is the state of my life. This is the point I have reached. I am about to fall asleep at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday. I am going to send us over to that big lake there, and then we'll see who we can raid. There will be a Monday stream, or Monday for me, Sunday for you guys in the Western Hemisphere. As per usual for armor, it'll just be really short, because it will only be the armor mission, nothing else. I gotta work right afterwards. And then, hopefully I'll get a day off this week, probably Thursday. And if/when that happens, we'll have a bonus stream that evening, probably. Iceland's green and Greenland's ice, simple as, yeah. Simple, easy. Makes perfect sense. Whew. Absolutely fucking beautiful scenery. I haven't even seen Niagara Falls in this. If I wasn't so tired, I'd say we'd do one more short flight there, but maybe do it next time. Maybe. If I go over the side, it won't be very eventful. I'll just list it as a crash. I think, once the 104 gets fixed, we'll fly it around here. Because the German 104s used to come up here all the time and train, so that might be a thing to do. Do a bit more sightseeing, do it a little faster. I see some houses down there. Oh, I think... yeah. I think it didn't save the hydraulic system. There we go. I forgot to enable that when I started the flight, so we might not be able to get our flaps down this time, because I don't remember how to do it. Still too fast to do it anyway. Be an up or down position, huh? Interesting. Well, ain't doing much. Are they working? Yeah, they're working. Okay. A bit high, so we'll just forward slip it. It's hard to keep floats out of the water once you slow down. See that? There we go. I don't think there's a way to drop anchor, unfortunately. I wonder if the parking brake will do the same thing in water. Probably not. I thought there was a way to open the little anchor cabin, but maybe not. Unless it's only from the inside. No, can't do it. Oh well. Let's park up here somewhere. To go left. There we go. I think we've actually, yeah, we've hit dry land with one of the pontoons, so it's probably going to stop there. And just hang out on that spot. Alrighty, let's shut off the avionics. Alternators, that can come off. Those can come off. Oh, that's right. Those off. And then we will clean it right out. Shut off the fuel. And fuel pumps off. Mags off. Battery off. There we go. There's our little widget. You can also see why that restriction plaque in the cockpit says don't open the, or don't operate the flaps with the cabin door open, because the cabin door sits directly under the trailing edge flaps on the left wing. So that would be some very bad no-no if you attempted to drop the flaps with that door open. It's a really nice little plane. Okay. Let me see where I can send you guys. Fixed pitch props. Yeah, they are. They are. Had to send myself to bed. Honestly, a mood at the moment. Fucking hell. Yeah, I'm find someone that we haven't raided for a while. Give me a minute here. Oh shit. Cheers for the resub, chat. Appreciate it, man. Send you guys over to Grey Wolf, I think. Just as soon as Twitch decides to cooperate with me. Harrison building his plane? Oh, is he? Oh shit, you're right, he's on. Okay. Wait, where did I see him? Where did I see him? Okay. We'll do a rain check on the raid to Grey Wolf. We'll get him next time. Send you over to watch an actual plane being built. Cheers for the heads up, Saber. Appreciate it, man. There we go. Thank you all for watching today, guys. I know it was kind of a different stream than usual, but I felt like getting some Cliffs of Dover in, and if I want to play that, it has to be the first thing I stream. And hopefully next time I do MSFS, it will be a little more cooperative. I would like to do a flight around the Canary Islands at some point without horrible audio stuttering issues. And hopefully next time as well the 104 is working properly. At the moment there's a bit of an issue with the Afterburner because of Sim Update 9. Anyway, hope you'll have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay safe, guys. I will see you on Monday morning my time for Armour. And then after that, I'll catch you later in the week.